Tyler, where's your partner in crime? Yeah. Wow. I thought he outgrew that. I did. Eventually I did. Took me a while. Well, good morning, everyone. If you could have a seat, we'll get started. Good morning. Thank you for being with us today. As many of you know, or some of you may not, my name is Darrell Oswald, and I'm the Burleigh County Soil Conservation District Manager. And it is indeed a pleasure to be with you today and help facilitate this very exciting, dynamic lineup of presenters and producer panelists we are fortunate to have with us today. Just a little side note, you can kind of see I'm hobbling around. I was the recipient of a new hip on January 20th. And so we're into, what, day 15 with this baby, and I'm here to report it's going pretty well. I talked to Greg Sandness in the back, and I said, Greg, I got a new hip replacement, and he says, what happened? He said he couldn't find the old one, and I'm like, I'll use that one, that's a good joke. But Greg's always, but no, the old one is in a, well, I'm pretty sure it's in an incinerator. It had some troubles, so. Yeah, right. Yeah, good one, George. Of course, on behalf of our planning team, our Board of Supervisors, staff, and sponsors, I'd like to welcome you to the Minokan Farm and our Minokan Farm Assembly Room. As, again, we are very excited. We've hosted a few groups here. As you may know, we moved into the building about June or July, and we've hosted a few groups, but this is our first ever winter workshop held right here at the Minokan Farm, and we're very, very pleased and excited to be able to offer that to you. And we just think it's great. The assembly room is kind of the gem of the building. Feel free to mill around the building, or if you like the two-bit tour, we can certainly do that. At this time, I'd like to ask our board members who are here with us this morning to please stand and be recognized. This is a group of individuals who saw the vision to have a facility like this here at the Minokan Farm. I see we've got two of them here, Lyndon Anderson and Dave Carpenter, and I think there's more on the way. We believe that, of course, this is a really great enhancement for an already great soil health demonstration, or excuse me, destination in any seasons. And of course, it's just as nice in the summer in here as it is in the winter, and we're very pleased about that. And so enjoy the facility. I'd like to mention our sponsors for this event. I see they're here. Another one of our Board of Supervisors just walked in, Jeremy Saman. Jeremy's in the back with his daughter Peyton, I believe. Is that, no, Nora, excuse me. Anyway, I'd like to mention our friends from Morton County Soil Conservation District. They're help us and be a great sponsor and a partner in this. They've got their employees here today, and I believe some of their supervisors are here today as well. And thank you so much for what you do. The great organization, the North Dakota Grazing Lands Coalition, is also a great partner. I see Jay Reiser is here. Jay is the current chairman for at least, what, another month of the North Dakota Grazing Lands Coalition. And of course, our great friends at the Natural Resource Conservation Service are here, especially those from North Dakota. I see Casey Olson is here. Dan Hovland, I spoke to him earlier, and he couldn't be with us today. Dan is the state conservationist, but he gives us a warm welcome. And of course, Dan, we all know, is totally supportive of our efforts here at the Minokan Farm. I'd like to mention a few housekeeping things before we get started. The Spiffy Biffs are out there. No, they're not. The bathrooms are actually straight out the door and to your right, and they work wonderfully. If you want to go out there for old time's sake, you certainly can, but they are locked. So you'll have to go behind them. or beside him. And and it's a nice enough day you could probably get away with that. But so the bathrooms are right out the back doors. Please put your phones to silent as we want to be courteous to our presenters. This event is being filmed and is available also live stream. And the recording will be available on the menokenfarm.com website at a later date. So a few other things. The agenda that you have available to you will be modified somewhat today. As one of our speakers, I have spoken to a few of you. Matt Powers has taken ill and was unable to make the trip. As we all know, Matt, and many of you came here to see Matt. Matt brings a tremendous amount of knowledge in regard to the soil microbial world, but he was just too ill. We talked to him yesterday, but we are looking forward to having Matt here at a future event. And so that discussion has already started, and we're going to bring Matt in for maybe a day training or something like that. For those of you that were here when we had Nigel Palmer, we think that Matt would really be a nice fit for something like that. So again, I apologize that Matt isn't here. If you drove specifically here, you'll still get a lot out of the event, but he won't be with us today. We do have Matt's textbooks in the back, and feel free to look at those as you walk in. But we are extremely grateful and excited to bring you Mr. Jimmy Emmons. Jimmy is here with us today. You may have seen Jimmy milling around this morning. Jimmy came in last night, and of course Jimmy is no stranger to Burleigh County events. We'll talk about Jimmy when the time comes, but Jimmy is here to talk about his Regen Ag program, and he is currently the Assistant Chief of the Natural Resources Conservation Service and is stationed out of Lincoln, Nebraska. So it's great that we have Jimmy here, and we're very thankful for that. Our first break will be at 10:15 today, and lunch will be at noon. The food line will be straight out the door, and then I believe how we'll do it is have you go through the food line and then just loop around through the conference area and then just come back in here, and you can eat here at your seat. The day will conclude with a question and answer segment with our panelists and speakers. We will be serving some ice cream at about 4 o'clock, so stick around if you like for some fellowship and some ice cream. We also have some party favors that were available as you walked in. I'd like to make mention of that. We are again making some cornmeal available from the Menoken farm, grown from the corn this year. We actually were, and thank you very much to Guardian Grains and Kelly and Deanna Lazinski. They ground that for us again this year, and feel free to help yourself to a bag of that corn. I believe there's approximately 2 cups of meal and a recipe on the cornbread, and the thing to remember is that's food, right? And we're food producers, and that's why we're here. And so the nutrition and the food aspect, I think, should really stick out for us today. They were actually put together by Jay and Kathy Fear, and we appreciate them doing that. And so it's a nice gift.
So 2 cups, Harold, the ones I filled, or 2 cups, the ones Kathy filled?
Might not have been right on. Yeah, it's close. So exactly, I'm sure. Yeah, I've been around. They were exactly 2 cups, I'm sure. And I'm sure Kathy was awful close too. But I mean, spot on. So I don't know. Jay talked to me, told someone last night. Jay and Kathy, if you don't know, started their next 50 years together this last year, and so they've been together for 50 some years, which is quite a feat. And now they're starting a new 50, which I think is very cute. So, again, help yourself to the party favors. We have notebooks, pens, those type of things. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to our staff. Sandy is in the back. Cindy, Chad Thorson is in the back. Seth Beckler, our Minokan Farm Manager, is here. Jaden Deckert, our Urban Conservationist, and of course myself. And so we want you to enjoy the day, interact, and we certainly appreciate you being with us here today. So with that, I'm going to sign off, and we'll get started with our first presenter. Kicking off for us this morning is Mr. Barry Fisher. Barry is retired after 39 years of service with USDA-NRCS, and he was the Soil Health Division Chief, where he served as the Central Region Leader. Since his retirement, Barry has launched Fisher Soil Health LLC, and of course he remains active in state and national training and initiatives which adoption of regenerative farming and improving soil health. Barry was recently named a Certified Crop Advisor, Conservationist of the Year by the American Society of Agronomy. And the thing about Barry also is he's also a practicing producer. He does it out on the field. We had a chance to visit with Barry last night, and he is full of great knowledge and things, and we're so looking forward to hear Barry come up and present for us. So please help.
There we go. Thanks, Daryl.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, it's great to be. Wow, this is literally. Let me move this down. I don't think I need quite that much. Well, it's great to be here. I've got to visit Minokan several times and have had a long time collaboration with Jay and a lot of the folks out here. So it's always a joy to get to come out here and enjoy the camaraderie and you know, the communion of people who really are motivated toward improving soil health and soil function and regenerative agriculture. So it's I'm humbled to be among such a group, but also very fun. Now I am disappointed that Matt's not going to be here, because that's really why I was coming. I came to hear Matt, and I thought, well, if I speak, I'll get to hear Matt, but you know, we got Jimmy. Jimmy looks a lot like Matt, but his message may be slightly different. We'll see how that goes. But so, sorry, Jimmy. All right, so you know, a lot of you are in different stages of moving toward soil health. I got to get my presentation up here, don't I? Hold on just a second. Now we're going. So a lot of you are at different levels. Some have been at this for a very long time, are really into the final tweaking of how this system gets put together on your own farm, mastering your own context, and those kinds of things. And there are people that are kind of newer at this game. And consider yourself so fortunate if you are starting down this path, because you have the potential of some of the best mentors on the planet amongst you. And you won't have to make all the mistakes that the rest of us did, right? Because some of them weren't great. You know, they were embarrassing moments in our farming careers. So take advantage of that knowledge and that network that you have here locally, and it's a great ride, and it's a journey worth making. So, you know, when we were talking about where to go with the talk today, and I've been focusing a lot on this lately, is you know, I see research papers, I see farmers and other people comparing systems and getting mixed messaging, mixed results. There's a lot of noise to the overall regenerative ag, cover crops, soil health, and all this kind of stuff. And I just decided, I said, let's start talking about, for every other aspect in farming, you have very intentional management. And if you have certain problems you want to solve, if you have certain goals on your enterprise that you want to improve upon, you need to have very intentional management to get those outcomes that you want. And now the beauty is we have enough farmer experience, we have the research is kind of catching up, we have the knowledge today that we can really dial in on intentional management that gives us very high outcomes and high levels of success. We don't have to make those problems, have those problems that a lot of us had in the early days, because we now know how to manage very specifically, very intentionally for the kind of outcome that we're after. So that's going to be my focus of this morning, and I'll go through this kind of quickly, and then I'm around all day, and we can get have a lot of discussion hopefully throughout the day. So, okay, so on is a good thing, hopefully. There we go. As we look at the definition of soil health, the key word that I always like to focus in on is function, soil function, because really, to every producer in the room, you can have all this discussion around regenerative ag, you can have all this discussion around soil health, but in reality, you have the potential and the need and the desire to improve soil function. If everybody had their soil functioning at the inherent level that it's capable of, life would be good. I'm just telling you, inputs could be low. Water management would be so much better. On all of these things. So all those demonstrations that we have, and I love the setup here. Jay took me to his favorite part of this room, and it's a place that's a drain in the floor so he can have his rainfall simulator set up right there. But those demonstrations, every time you see those demonstrations, they are demonstrating what management can do, what good management can do for soil function. That's what that demonstration is. Some think it's an erosion demonstration, some think it's soil function at its highest level. We can demonstrate the difference in management and what that means as we move forward. And if we all had that, then life would be so much better. One of the things that my friend and compadre down here, Jay and I have been collaborating for way over a decade, maybe 20, maybe 2 decades now. We kind of started down this soil health path. I was in Indiana and he was in North Dakota, and it seems unlikely that two people would want we're miles apart, but we were, the principles are the same, so we learned a lot from each other over the years. And one of the things that I always heard Jay focus on, and I do too, we have terms in the USDA when we were with it, and we use a term called resource concern, okay? And I get a little flack from my university and extension folks, and they say, oh, you NRCS people just have your special terms you like to use, and aren't you just talking about problems? A resource concern, isn't that just a problem? I said, well, no, it's much bigger than that, or we wouldn't have that term, right, Jay? We wouldn't have that kind of we wouldn't just come up with a catchy term just because. But we've spent, as farmers and as USDA, as state agencies, we've spent billions to try to address these common resource concerns that you see up there, erosion, compaction, out here salinity, ponding. The soil's either too wet, too dry, or too salty. There's always these resource concerns that we have, that we now have funding, and funding is tied to a resource concern, right? But really they are just problems, right? But when we really looked at this, when we started the Soil Health Division, we had these key resource concerns to work with. But a lot of us were thinking that had been in this space for a while, we thought, are these the real resource concerns? Are these the root cause problems? We're spending a lot of money on these things, but is the reason that one ravine that you see there, is it eroding because there's not a grass waterway there? Or is there a deeper more root cause problem that needed to be addressed. And a lot of it, so we came up with some soil health resource concerns. And so as we as managers look at our operation and we think about intentional management, we have to make ourselves dive deeper into what is the root cause problem, because if we're not addressing the root cause problem, we're just going to get trapped spending a lot of money on symptomatic problems. We don't want our doctors to do that, but we don't want to do that as farmers, to spend a lot of money on this. I'm not saying we'll never need to address some of those other, with those kinds of practices, but I'm just telling you, maybe the runoff that occurred, and maybe the erosion that occurred in that one slide was not because you didn't have grass in the bottom. The real root cause might have been because you had poor infiltration. And maybe even, why did you have poor infiltration? You may have not had good aggregate stability. And everybody in this room, if you've been to one of Jay Fuhr's or one of these conferences, you're going to hear the word aggregate stability. And every farmer needs to have a full understanding of how important that one indicator of soil health is. Because if you're not building water-stable aggregates at the surface of your soil, all of the other benefits are going to be much more difficult. That's the one indicator. You can walk out into a field and in 5 minutes understand, are you heading in the right direction? So aggregate stability is a term that everybody needs to have at the tip of their tongue, that they're thinking about and worrying about with every pass, every management decision you make. You want to be building aggregate stability, and you want to be building it at the surface. And so some of our operations we're doing everything else right, but we're still causing too much disturbance at the near surface, and we're not getting the aggregate stability. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I'll even dive a little deeper than that. If it's aggregate stability that you want, why don't you have aggregate stability? You may not have the soil habitat for the very beneficial organisms. You may not be managing for that habitat so that those organisms work 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, trying to regain that soil function that we know is so important. So you have to focus on, where is my habitat breakdown for those organisms? Is my management limiting that habitat and the work that those organisms can do for us? Maybe our overall organic matter is either depressed or non-existent, and that has a lot to do with some of the salinity issues and that you're dealing with too. And then that then leads down to, how do you understand nutrient cycles, carbon cycles? Are some of those root cause problems coming all the way back and affecting the habitat, affecting aggregate stability? How we manage nutrients, how we manage pesticides and some of those things. Those can be root cause problems that take you all the way back. And we have to be all the way dialed in on what is the root cause problem. If our management can't at least start there and have some management benefit to those root cause problems, it's going to be hard to get some of those bigger problems handled. Okay? So we have a lot of issues here that now, if we get to this root cause problem, we have to decide, well, how do I find that root cause? How am I absolutely sure? So back to our demonstrations. There's a lot of these really quick. You can see if you're on the right track really quick with a sink strainer right out in the field with you, and a cup of water and a couple of plates, or you can dump that right on your spade. There's a lot of these demonstrations that will show you. I always tell people there's a lot of really, really good soil health tests that you can send it off to a lab for, and I'm all for that. However, a lot of the beneficial soil health gains that we need to see, soil health is best measured really where it lives, because it is a living ecosystem. As soon as you pull it all out and shuffle it all up and send it off and do all that, you've already lost a little bit of what you might be able to learn about the soil health that you have. So I like the tests but I validate those tests by what I actually see in the field where soil health lives and where that living ecosystem lives and stuff. So what we have to look for is when we're building aggregate stability, and this will help us a lot on, if we understand this term and how important it is in the salinity areas. I'm satisfied that true infiltration is a major play in addressing salinity. It's joined with the desire to get transpiration versus evaporation, but the things that you're going to have that constant living green plant transpiring are also going to build soil aggregates, and it's going to help you with infiltration, true infiltration. Not run off to a crack and then down, but every place the drop of water lands, it has the chance to go in, like you see there on the right. And you've seen, you know, we have demonstrations to show these things. Now, Jay, this is a great, and Daryl, this is a great facility. And this is a great place to have a conference. But these demonstrations work really well, you know, on Hollywood Beach right outside of Margaritaville too. So just saying, middle of the winter, North Dakota, I love coming here, you know I do. But there'd be nothing wrong with having that right on the boardwalk, right at, you know, outside of Margaritaville. There's a little grass tiki hut bar right there close by. And we had people, just not farmers, part of the conference or anything. They're just walking down the street and they see something going on and they come over there and they're standing. They wouldn't leave. They kept building up, going on, and of course they thought they were getting free drinks, but they held out as long as they could, and then they finally went. You know, but no, just a thought, just for some North Dakota folks, maybe a little. That'd be a good remote location for a good conference sometime. When we talk about organic matter, everybody gets upset. I have farmers say, man, my organic matter is just not, that number's not moving for me. And especially the further south and the further east and some of the, you know, some of those southern, it's really hard to build organic matter. So I tell them, I said, what you're doing with your management may not move that needle. That traditional soil test that has a number on it for organic matter, those tests were absolutely designed to work on these. Can you see this pointer out there? Is that, it's not moving? Let me see if I can grab something here. Just a second. Oh, now what I'll do, you'll have to remind me. I'll leave that right in the middle of a slide, and you'll have that red dot going. Well, come on, would you get rid of the red dot? So the test that you're used to seeing is this slow turnover, this long-term humus. That's what that test is designed to show up. But your management, I'll just tell you, the management that you do is this new organic matter, this labile organic matter. These are the pools that you, through your management, need to create and focus on, because they are the ones, the new organic matter are the ones that's associated with building aggregate stability and improving nutrient cycles, making your soil healthier and more resistant to disease, those kinds of things. These happen through this, and we can manage for these. You know, think about it. It's the living organisms are part of this. Well, that's not being measured in a lot of the traditional organic matter tests, but it's an organic matter pool that is very important. I'll go all the way over here to the dissolved. And you know, why do we focus on a continuous living root? Because a continuous living root produces the best food for the other microbiome from a food source. That living carbon, that liquid carbon pathway that Christine Jones talks about, that's the best carbon to feed organisms in the soil. And if they're fed well through the continuous living root, then that's going to really, really improve soil function fast. So you'll improve organic matter way before you'll actually build organic matter from a number standpoint. And the good news is we've got some of those new lab tests that can actually measure this labile carbon pools, these pools, and we'll get a better handle on those rather than just the old loss on ignition, okay? So I just had to throw that up there just because I get people and they say, man, I've been watching this. I'm not getting what I want. And although on our farm, I think we've gone from 1.5% organic matter to 4.5% organic matter in about a 25-year period, which is a long time. But 2 to 2.5% organic matter increase is from a functional standpoint something that really you see the outcome from that. Okay, so if we're going to put together a plan, an intentional plan, I have to start a little broader, and you hear guys like Ray Archuleta talk about context and all this, but it is important as you're putting a strategy together to step back, look at your operation, look at yourself, look at your own personality, look at where are you located, and decide that has to be the overarching part of your strategy. You have to be realistic what you can do and what you can't do. I can do things that you can't do. You can do things, actually, believe it or not, that I can't do. Sounds strange. What do you mean, Fisher? You're down there where it's easy in Indiana, right? And I come here with great humility. I think I wouldn't be tough enough to do it up here. I'm smart enough, not smart enough, not tough enough. But I'm satisfied that in a cold climate, you do have the opportunity to truly build organic matter faster because it's not burning off every time you get to 105 degrees all summer long and hot and humid and all this. So you do have that advantage. So see, I gave you something. There you go. But understand your context. What is your crop rotation? Can that be improved? You know, your farming enterprise, you know, and I just came from a bunch of dairy farmers over in the peninsula by Green Bay, and they're kind of trapped in that really monster dairy situation where it's handcuffing them to what they can really do, or at least from their perception, from their context, it makes it more difficult. Certainly your climate, your weather. But look at your farm core values too. You know, I have a friend that's the farm's right down the road, and we go hunting and fishing. We were actually out here in North Dakota sharptail hunting this September, and it's a pretty large livestock operation, so they have a lot of employees, and he brings them in every year. They come in every year. See, I left that pointer right in the middle, didn't I? And they say, okay, what's our mission and what are our core values for this farm? Because if everybody doesn't buy in, it won't go as well as possible. And I remember having a discussion way back when I first met Jay. Jay had the same kind of discussion with all his staff in his office. Said, hey, everybody's got to be on the same page and moving in the same direction, or this won't be a very high-functioning machine. You know, this won't be a very efficient operation if everybody's not moving in the same direction. So they get together every year, and when you walk in their farm office, and it's in their barns, they have these up all over. It says, we believe in integrity, relationships. They have a big farm picnic with a band and everything every summer, so their neighbors, you know, they're a livestock operation, so they want their neighbors to feel good about them. Stewardship. They are very, very good soil health management farm, but they want continuous improvement. They're never satisfied with where they are, and I think there's a lot of people in this room that would be in that same camp, that once you get a taste of this, how good this soil health management and the functions that you're getting, you're never satisfied. Some people, and I've had an older gentleman tell me one time, you can always do better. So I kind of take that to go. I agree. I always can do better. So once we have that understood, then it's time to start dialing in on the actual management. So you got to decide now, what are my real goals and what are my problems I'm actually going to solve so that I can really have intentional management. So what is my cover crop selection, seeding? These are just examples. There's a whole bunch of these. How am I going to be able to terminate? You know, am I going to plant my cover crop in the spring with my other crop? Am I going to do, growing green scenarios? If so, I better have a termination strategy that works, you know, and those kinds of things. So you have to have true integrated pest management. And I'll try to cover that a little bit later in true adaptive nutrient management. This really wants to move, doesn't it? So you have to have all these pieces. How are you going to no-till? What's your no-till? Are you going to strip-till, no-till? Are you going to use some kind of other kind of minimum till? What kind of system are you going to have, and how is that going to affect your outcomes? You have to really dive into this and look at this. And once you get all the way down, am I going to be resilient? Can I manage this overall system with the weather I've got and the time frames and the windows of opportunity? Am I going to be able to do this? And then after you get done, every year you review this and reevaluate and see, did that really work for us, okay? So, and then as this gets putting together, you've always got in the back of your mind your soil health principles. They have to stay permanently burned in the back of your mind with every operation, every management, every practice. These are in the back of your mind, because if you don't have these in the back of your mind and a strategy that encompasses this kind of a management, then you're going to find a practice, you're going to find a management, you're going to find an operation, you're going to forget, and you're going to use something that ultimately is working against your overall outcome. And I see this a lot, and I'll get into it a little bit. IPM, for example. I see a lot of farmers that, man, they're doing everything right, but for some reason they're struggling. It's just not really unfolding the way that they want. And you have to really ask a lot of questions from them to get at, because a lot of the management that they're doing, they aren't doing. They're hiring that out, and that's happening. They're relying on somebody else. And so a lot of our integrated pest management, some of the preventative chemistries are having some unintended consequences. That, back to that living ecosystem, we can't let our management set that living ecosystem back, if at all possible. There's always going to be pests you're going to have to treat, weeds you're going to have to treat, but to the best of your ability, make sure that there aren't those unintended consequences, okay? So as you put these practices together, keep those principles in the back of your mind. And these are just a few practices. These aren't the whole list for sure. But as you put all these practices in, each practice can't work against the other practices. The practices have to work together. They have to collaborate. They have to benefit. The whole of your system should far exceed the benefit of the individual practices, the sum of its parts. The whole of the system should always exceed the sum of its parts, but it won't if you have a certain practice that's working against some other practices in your system. And I'll run through some real quick examples here on just nutrient management so that you know what I'm talking about. Across the Midwest, and especially down in the I-states where I spend a lot of time, this 4R nutrient management is very popular. Is everybody familiar with that? You know what it is? Right place, right time, right rate, right source. The word right is in all of them, so it's the 4 R's. Brilliant, right? But a lot of the training that you go to, the 4 R's, it's like it's a thing. And it's not going to be a thing for a soil health management system where we have a biologically driven. So we must include, because it's such a big component of our overall nutrient management, we must include soil organic matter, the organic nutrient contribution, and I would suggest we must understand and optimize the potential beneficial organism contributions and make absolutely sure that the rest of our nutrient management isn't working against that. Because the things that we apply will never, ever, the best management possible will probably never achieve more than half of what we apply ever makes it to the crop that we're growing. Nature didn't intend it that way. Nature had a relationship with the biology in the soil, and you can't defeat that by just through a hose, a knife, a coulter, or whatever. The best you're going to do is about 50% of those nutrients you apply that wind up in the crop. So you have to, in this system where you're more biologically driven, you have to maximize your understanding of and how to optimize the biological side of your nutrient management plan. Okay, and a lot of you have now started, a lot of us are figuring this out, and once you do, things really change really fast at that point in time. Okay, so that's just an example of a nutrient management, adaptive nutrient management that you have to have in the back of your mind. In your context, you may have other things. I put this in there, I hesitated to, but they wanted it in Wisconsin, so I said, well, maybe these guys have heard this too. But I have basically a friend that has attended a lot of the same conferences as me over the years and stuff, and he got up and he made a big to-do at a conference last year about, all of this, nutrient stratification. I hesitate to even bring this up, but wow, did it sweep through the Midwest and all the row crop areas. Nutrient stratification from no-tilling, okay? And the number one plot that he showed and at a huge conference was he went in, he'd been no-tilling for 25 years. He knew he had nutrient stratification, and he moldboarded it under, and lo and behold, he solved his nutrient stratification and got a big yield boost. Well, let me tell you about that. I have to give my 2 cents on this. Anybody that's been no-tilling for 25 years out there, would you expect a big yield boost if you turned it all under? Would you expect a really good crop if you turned under a perennial sod that had been there for, yeah? Would you know where I'm going with this? That release, just think about all those organisms that tillage and that plowing, you killed them, and so you got the release from all that labile carbon that I was just talking about, all that new carbon. You released it, and the release is unbelievable from a yield standpoint that 1 year in many cases. So it wasn't the stratification necessarily, it was that big poof of CO2 that left your farm, that loss of carbon, and when it left behind a massive amount of plant available nutrients. So yes, you did change. We've known stratification happens, whether you're minimum till, chisel plow. Stratification is always going to be closer to the surface. We're growing 200 bushel yields, and that residue lands on the ground, and it's on the surface. So of course there's going to be stratification. The beauty is plants are very smart. They proliferate their roots right where that nutrition is, right there at the surface, especially in a no-till situation, because now you even have moisture there most of the time underneath that residue and those kinds of things. So I look at stratification, and this is just, we've known this is an old study, so we've known this for a very long time that there is. It's just, it wasn't ever found to have been a yield limiting factor because the roots will find a way. I look at nutrient stratification and I said, well, is it a problem? In the number of soil pits that I've been in long-term no-till and cover crop systems, I would suggest that stratification is the solution. Anybody that's been in soil pits, I'm sure you've had them at field days here. Here's what you see where the nutrients are stratified. They're stratified along the old cover crop route. They're stratified with all that carbon. They're stratified along this. If you leave this intact, now you've got a path of least resistance for the next crop's roots to get down very deep, very fast, to get water, and water rich with nutrients that have been left there. So yes, you have stratification, but is it a problem, or is it the absolute solution that you're after? Now, I would suggest it's the absolute solution that you're after, because if you can achieve this, if you dig down and you see deep in the soil profile this kind of deposit and bank account of carbon and organic matter and nutrients and water availability, you can now have the resilience that we're really all after. Okay, so that's my little preachy talk on stratification. The other thing about stratification, I'll go all the way back to stratification becomes way, way less of an issue if we have true infiltration. And so from a water quality standpoint, a lot of people are worried about water quality, but if you look, let me zoom in here a little bit. If you look at what we really want, and a few slides ago I talked about infiltration. If we have good aggregate stability and the rain comes, we get infiltration and the water moves right into the matrix of the soil, right in amongst those aggregates, because it can. We don't want water to come down, hit the surface, run across the surface and find its way in a ditch. We don't want rain to come down, run across the surface, picking up nutrients, and then go down a crack in the soil to a tile line. That is somewhat of a problem. That's why we always go back to focus on aggregate stability, and so many problems get solved. Infiltration, air, that's how your air and water gets there. That's how you solve so many problems out on the landscape. And I see a lot of, there studies that show, well, no-till, it caused this problem because dissolved reactive phosphorus is coming out the tile line because it got there through a crack in the soil and all this kind of stuff. Well, that's not infiltration. That's preferential flow. That means it went across the surface, picked up more nutrients, found a crack, went down to found a tile. If you had really, really good aggregate stability and good infiltration, that wouldn't be a problem. So talk in terms of true infiltration, not preferential flow, if you're talking to folks about this, okay? Okay, so let's look at the crop rotation, and this is not a group that needs to hear this that much, but when it comes to crop rotation and this whole diversification and things like that, I would challenge, when we go to manage for intentional management, we have to sometimes not just find a place, a step-in point, a logical move-in to there's always a starting point. It's hard to start this system every place all at once. So you have to look for the logical step-in point that can make the most sense. And sometimes you have to create it. Sometimes you have to do something just a little bit different so that it gives you a window of opportunity to step into this system at a far more logical and painless spot within your enterprise, within your operation. So you have to be very creative sometimes to find, because once you see what a new rotation, once you see what new diversity in your operation can do from a sustainability, from a yield, from a productivity, from a resilience standpoint, you won't want to go back. But not everybody's rotation, especially if we're kind of locked in our part of the world, everybody's locked into this corn bean rotation, and I know you've got a lot of that here too. It doesn't give you that opportunity for a really good step in to this system very much if you stay in that. So I recommend find a place for a small grain or for something else that will give you a better window to establish, give you a window where you can plant diverse cover crop mix, maybe even graze that cover crop mix. Find a way to do that. And he says, no, Fisher, you're wrong, because there's just no money in wheat or small grains, or there's no money there. We're locked in. We're doing just fine. We're going to stay with this corn and soybeans. So I look at that and I say, well, once you've had diverse cover crops and prescribed, you have to understand, until you've seen this, and here's just my example, and probably many of you have seen the same thing. I talk about the fence row effect sometime too. When you take out a fence row, you know then what diversity, what having those 5 principles in place for a long period of time, you know what that means from a yield and a productivity standpoint. What I didn't know for a long time was, if I just take my regular corn, beans, wheat rotation, and in my part of the world, most years you can double crop beans, and that's a really good economic year. And so the idea to not try to double crop beans is a very difficult thing for people to have. Well, some years it's really wet. Well, I had a good friend by the name of Dave Brandt that was getting into some seed and doing some stuff, and he said, Fisher, you need to not double crop beans after that wheat. You need to plant, I got a 12-way mix here I want you to try, and all this kind of stuff. And so, on our our family farm, there's a lot of us that like to hunt, right? So the obvious place to put a 12-way cover crop mix, if you're not going to double crop beans, was close to all these deer stands that we've got all along this part of the field. So in 2016, after the wheat comes off, we double cropped this side of the field in soybeans, and this side of the field had a 12-way cover crop mix, okay? So you think you're looking at that year, right? But this is the next year, the corn year after that. Does anybody see where the line was? Does it stand out? How long do you think that benefit lasts? Well, that's 1 year, right? So yeah, so the other thing I would tell you, I hate to give yields, but this was a substantial yield difference the next year, substantial. And so I watched that field for the next year and the next year. And even on aerial photos, that can almost still be picked out. And I've done that over the whole field since then, so the difference has not as much today, but I can look on Google Earth, you know, follow that year after year, and it stayed there for a long time. These were real yield benefits. So once you've seen that, you try to get other people to realize that don't look at this year in a capsule. It may not, wheat that year may not make you the most money. But if it enables you to put a 12-way cover crop mix and then graze. By the way, this got really grazed. The deer were, it was a good year at deer hunting that year if you were in those stands. I had my intensive grazing and multiple species and the whole bit that we talk about. So this residual benefit that you can get once you step in, find a logical or create a place to step in, you'll be amazed how the benefit will carry on for a lot longer than certainly I ever thought it would, and it will last a long time. The other thing that we're finding, and with this, I keep walking, I got to stop walking around. These cover crops, even mixes, what I found also, and this is where I'm going to go into the dialing in on, within even cover crops, cover crop varieties have very different attributes that we can start selecting varieties among species that can do even better things than we ever thought it could. This is both of these, this is corn plots, same exact corn variety, planted same day, the whole thing, but planted into two different, both were mixes. This was the surprising thing. One was just a slightly different mix than the other mix. And we went down the row, and every single place that we dug up, there was a big difference in the roots of the corn between the corn on one mix versus another mix. So that really enlightened me and said, hey, there's going to be differences even among species and among cultivars of cover crops that we never really thought about before. So, I mean, if anybody in the room looks at this, you want the root ball that's on your left, right? So I mean, this, if you knew you could intentionally manage for that outcome, you would do it if you could. So as we look at the different cover crops, certainly the different root structures, we know that's why we promote mixes. But as we look individually at different cultivars, we're starting to learn that there's benefit. And this is where the science is catching up to where the farmers have been trying to get to for a long time. Within each variety, there's different cultivars that have different outcomes. Here's one example of just cereal rye varieties. They had different, they overwinter differently, they emerge differently, they break dormancy in the spring different. Here's one that looks at differences in allelopathy. There's differences in, they've isolated the allele chemicals. So if you want weed control for herbicide-resistant weeds, for example, if you had a cereal rye variety that you knew was higher in the allele chemicals that control, one of the pigweeds or one of the, mare's tail or something like that, you would pick that variety if you knew it was that much better and stuff. So, and there's differences in those allele chemicals in the shoot versus the root. we didn't know that much about that. So whether you're no-tilling or whether you're not no-tilling, those differences can make a big difference in understanding your enterprise. So as we dial in on this understanding, then we can do even more intentional work on our own farm and our own location. There's a national cover crop variety testing program that's going on. It's out of the Center for Regenerative Ag down out of University of Missouri, and Rob Meyer is kind of leading that, and I've known Rob for a long time. He's been on the SARE, North Central SARE. He's been one of the officers in that, or administrators of that, for a long time. I would like to see more of these around, and he says that the grant looks like it's going to allow more of these locations, but you do have one here in North Dakota. And just for example, when we start looking at these closer, just look at the difference in the varieties here in the North Dakota location. You know, when you look at this, amazingly enough, here's a North Dakota variety grown in North Dakota, developed in North Dakota, and for some reason it just does a lot better in North Dakota. Imagine that. You know, so you know, look at the fall establishment, so much better. Biomass, so much better. Spring stand, so much better. Winter hardiness, you know, the heading date is more what you want here. See how you can go? You can get now a variety that is so much more adapted to your area and to your context than you want to. You know, if you knew that, well, you would select that, you know, for depending on what you wanted to happen, you know, on your operation. So, yeah. If you go to that Mizzou site, did I not have that up there? If you Google Center for Regenerative Agriculture, University of Missouri, I think that'll just pop right up, and you'll see what they'll have, a whole bunch of resources that are actually available there. So, but I would like to get more. You know, even here, you know that eastern North Dakota is different than here. You know, there's just a different climate. You would like to know of the varieties you're trying, of the species you're trying. You would like to know what the cultivars are. Then beyond that, how we manage that mix and how we intentionally dive in, it comes back all the way back to the first part of the discussion. Have your goals and your resource concerns in the back of your mind as you manage for putting some of this in. And I'm spending a lot of time on cover crops, but really it can be any component of your operation. If you really are just focused on improving aggregate stability, maybe improving beneficial organisms, you may not, you know, within a same mix, you may not have to seed at a higher rate to achieve those as you would if, let's say, you know, same 9-way mix looks a lot different at different seeding rates, right? But take both of these and give them 2 weeks of growth, and they're still, that top left one is going to be as good for those initial resource concerns that I just mentioned. It's probably going to accomplish it at a much lower cost. However, if grazing, if weed control, if some of these other purposes, you know, we have to look down, we have to decide at a seeding rate, what do I want the plant composition to look like? What do I want the plant canopy to look like at what period of time? Do I want it to happen fast? Can I wait a little bit? You have to think about living plants and the living biomass. What is how does that accomplish your goal or your outcome? If like I said, forage grazing or weed management, you'd look more to the right there, right? You'd want a faster emergence, a faster canopy. If you wanted weed control, you might want a faster emergence, faster canopy. So intentional management, and here's where I talk to a lot of our like NRCS people or people that are writing rules for programs and things like that, that we have to have flexibility and let us plan these systems for the goals in mind, for the problems we're trying to solve, for the outcomes that we need. Because there won't be a standard rate of everything, or a standard mix, or a standard seeding rate, or a standard termination date or that works for all of those purposes. And this is a dynamic system. We have to be able to look at this. Speaking of weed control, there's a really good study that just came out, and I'm going to be at the Midwest Cover Crop Council next week. It's in Dubuque, Iowa. And I always like that because all the researchers across the country is working in cover crops. They share what they've got in the pipeline in the way of research and stuff like this. And this is one that we had down at our CCA conference in Indiana. But they've pretty much isolated, at least in Wisconsin, they've isolated at what biomass do we start reaching the tipping point on controlling weeds and weed control management and those kinds of things. What does it need to be? And they came up with 4,600 pounds of biomass. And then they went back and they said, well, how much is that? Well, it's about knee high. If you can get it to knee high, you've reached a very valuable tipping point. Well, we need to know that. You know, that's something, and we need to know it for wherever we're at. The other thing is when you combine that with the canopy of narrow row soybeans, the 1-2 punch is major effective on managing herbicide-resistant weeds. And so they're putting together practices, and that's what we've wanted for the longest time. Don't look at a single practice. Look at this as a system. If you combine the system, you've got a greater outcome than the sum of its parts and stuff. So as we're thinking about this, we have to think about that. So the other thing is, of course, understanding your management. What's next after the current management? You know, this is a situation. I grass finished some beef, and planted all this really nice cover crop mix, and they did really well. But I got done. They went to the processor, and I still had quite a bit left. Well, this field's going to corn next year. For you veterans out there of this system, which one you want to plant corn in? The grazed on the right. We ran a grazing. You know, all the steers went through there and grazed that, and now it's kind of regrown a little bit. What do you think the C to N of that is? What do you think the nutrient content of that is? What do you think the nutrient delivery to my corn crop the next year is? Will there be a difference in yield between those two? Same mix, same seeding rate, everything except I grazed one. So once you see these things, and this was not a little yield difference, this was a big yield difference, and much bigger than I would have thought. You know, because this other one has a lot of legumes in it, a lot of stuff in it, but the C to N was just much, much higher. Okay, so think about that. It's good to know what's in that biomass if you're really wanting to manage intentionally. We have precision technology that helps us today too. And these are just some plots down in southern Illinois that showed us a lot of information. John Pike has these on Ralph Upton's farm. And where we precision placed the clover next to the corn row, and you can kind of see the corn row is going to be right here in this open spot. We're going to plant corn right down through there on this. And now I've got crimson clover next to it. The cereal rye is at the very middle of the row, the bulk of the row. And so the difference between this and if you took that exact same mix and just broadcast it and planted corn through that, that was about a 20 bushel increase to do this. Both of the cover crop plots were close to 30 bushels better than no-till by itself, though. And that was amazing in and of itself. But by using precision, you can get a better outcome if you know what you need and know what you want. I'm not saying that works everywhere, but it's something to think about. Sometimes, back to those allelopathic roots and all this kind of stuff, sometimes just leaving a gap alone where you're going to plant corn in there gets those roots away from the corn that's competing for the same nutrients. So there's with precision, and we have the opportunity to do some things that we really didn't ever think about before. And these may not at all be what you want to try first here, but just know that, be thinking about, wow, now that I've got precision capabilities, I can do some of the things differently. And then there's interseeding, polycropping, growing green, you know, you plant green is one thing, but growing green where you're planting your cover crop at the same time in the spring of the year, a lot of times your window of opportunity is different here than it is where I'm at. So your window might be in the spring when you're planting your corn. So you're going to grow green, fill those gaps, get canopy, get weed control, get a living root every place as fast as you can. Then you terminate it at an opportune time. So those kinds of, you know, I know the Frasers, Jay, you mentioned to me down in South Dakota is trying and having real success with this, right? And so be thinking out of the box now that we have technology, we have the capabilities to do some of these things. So these are opportunities for us to look at, and of course we've been trying the interseeding options for a long time, and I try to tell people, I said, give this a fair shot like you would anything else. If you're going to try interseeding, let's go ahead and plant that in a way that it's got a real chance to come up and grow. Pick the species that have a really good chance there. You kind of need something that's shade tolerant. You need something that's going to have a chance there. So we know enough now to know what's not worth trying again. And so now we've come a long way on interseeding, so now it's time to probably do a little bit better job. We know we can look at shade tolerance of species. We now know we have some studies out that can look at shade tolerance, and it'll give us a far better outcome. Okay, so last thing I want to just discuss, and I'm going to stop with this probably, is this is a hard one to talk about because we all want to manage our crop really well. And I touched on it earlier about understanding the beneficial organisms and making sure that none of our preventative management is having unintended consequences for the overall living ecosystem. And so I'm just asking everybody to revisit what we in the 80s called integrated pest management, truly integrated pest management. And if you look at that, it's the holistic approach. And this is an old definition, so it's been around a while. Holistic approach, limit pest opportunities, integrate predator-prey relationships, employs beneficial biology and cultural practices. And here's the key. Seldom is it based on preventative chemistry. And I just see this across the Corn Belt and all up in almost everywhere is the easy button of preventative chemistry. We want to protect our crop. We love our crop. As farmers, we love growing things. We want it to be a healthy crop. I just ask everybody to look at, as you're looking at your program for the year, and you're looking at all the products that are going to be on your seed, or going to be planned to put out in your field, are we absolutely sure we understand what each of those products are trying to help us with, trying to control? What problem are they trying to solve? Are they getting at the root cause problem, or are they going to have any unintended consequences? And I don't mean this to be at all insulting, but so many farmers that I talk to, when they're asked, they don't know what's in that product. They depend on somebody else to take care of that. And these are a lot of these very, very valuable tools for us that we will need at some point in our, we want them to be there and available to us should we need them, but we need to use them judiciously, because overuse, we get the resistance, we'll get them taken away from us, okay? And so having them available is always a nice thing, but if we overuse or depend on preventative, then there are unintended consequences. And so I just want you to look at your overall program, look at your practices, look at your products, and make sure you have that pest. Make sure you have whatever is in that product combination to really work on that pest, and only that pest. And any chance you can get by with not putting that out that has broad spectrum implications, you will have a far better living ecosystem in the end. And just a prime example where I'm at, we get slugs now. We shouldn't have slugs. Everything in the environment loves to eat a slug egg or a baby slug. I mean, a tantalizing morsel. Don't we all love escargot? No, we don't all love it. But in nature, that's a tantalizing morsel for everything. We shouldn't have slug problems, but we will have them if everything that wants to eat a slug is gone. That's just an example. I just want everybody to think about that. I'm not, you know, I use these tools. I do. And these are very valuable tools, but I use them where I'm absolutely sure I need them and absolutely where they'll have the most minimal off-site and unintended consequences as possible. Okay? So, have a solid plan, have a flexible game plan. Resilience to weather has to be part of that. You know, maybe you need to call an audible at some point in time. Understand in your overall strategy that sometimes the best offense is a good defense. And when in doubt, build defense. If you want a good defense in this, I'm just saying, build defense back. If you tore it out years ago, put it back. It's good, or get you a collar. Maybe Jimmy will talk about that. But have a good flexible game plan, and just keep in mind that diversity provides you so many, not just a defense, but so many economic options that you would otherwise not have. So things won't always go the way you plan. You know, they just won't. But I would suggest to each of you, plan anyway. So I'll leave it with that, and I probably have burned up all my time, so I'll be around all day for questions, or if there's any quick ones. I don't know. You guys tell me. You're the moderators. Anybody else got any questions? Jay?
So you touched on a lot of things, Barry, which we appreciate. One of them was like slugs, and so really interesting point, right? Because you know, what eats a slug? Well, we know it's toads and frogs and birds and snakes, and but then what do they need? You know, they need a habitat.
They need a habitat.
And so when we kind of simplified to just a simplified crop rotation, one that probably isn't even using a cover, etc., then those environments got very difficult. And I think we've all seen that over time. But I mean, the slugs are just one example.
Oh yeah.
There's so many. And then how do we rebuild? Are covers enough? Is that enough?
Well, I would suggest, actually, I took some slides out, but I knew that, are just the covers and just the rotation, is that enough? You know, I mentioned slugs and all these things and the unintended consequences. We have to manage for the predators that eat those would-be pests on our crops. And so is that enough, or can we do more? Should we have shelter belts? Should we have habitat around in the corners of fields that aren't going to make you any money anyway? Should we have some of those things? And I had some slides there, but I was going to talk about that, but a guy from southern Indiana, from French Lick, Indiana, I can't get enough words in I had to cut out some slides because I tend to not get enough words per minute out compared to some of my northern friends. So anyway, so Jimmy, remember that we're handicapped right out of the gate. Anything else? Any quick? Yep.
You talked about cereal rye and the allelopathic effect of the roots versus the shoots. Don't you suppose that is an ongoing thing with the environment it is raised in? You probably can't take a snapshot of that 1 year and say this variety is going to always do this.
No.
You put it on a regen farm or a non-regen farm, and you're probably going to get different results in year 2.
Oh, I think you absolutely are. And what is your fertility of that? Are you know, is there manure involved, and those kinds of things will make a big difference in those allele chemicals. And they're looking at that too, believe it or not. That's part of it, and it needs to be. Yeah.
Not too many years ago, I sat through a lecture at NDSU talking about the allelopathic effect was somewhat of a myth.
It's not a myth. The myth is that it has a really detrimental effect on corn or large seeded crops. It doesn't have very much allelopathic effect. The effect like on corn is the nutrient tie-up from the high carbon in those roots from cereal rye. It throws the carbon-nitrogen balance out to where you get immobilized nitrogen is more of the problem. But from a standpoint of controlling water hemp or Palmer amaranth or kochia or something, these small seeded broadleaves, then the allelochemicals, they prevent germination is one of the greatest things. Now, the beauty is, back to that 1-2 punch, the 1-2 punch is, yes, the chemicals will stop some of the germination, the allelochemicals, but you still want that biomass. Most of these weeds have an Achilles heel. They're gluttons for sunlight. Who knew? They wanted sunlight, you know. But if you take away their sunlight and you prevent a lot of them from germinating, now that 1-2 punch, it really makes a big difference in the outcome. And that's why the narrow row beans, and you keep putting all that different things on there, and now you've really helped yourself.
That just shows that maybe we should be looking more back at some of the settled research that could be looked at under a new production system.
Yeah. What is it that Mark Twain or somebody, maybe it was Henry Ford, said? There was a quote, says, you know, the problem isn't the things that we don't know. It's just that we know so many things that aren't true anymore. There's a lot of truths that are out there that aren't. So we do need to go back and relook at some of our truths in agriculture, especially. We get locked into a lot of those things. So I better get off of here. And
All right, folks, we're up
I'll be
against the
around.
break, and let's give Barry a big round of applause. And so he was pretty much spot on time because he is a professional. And
and
we've got
I'm
about
a
half
further
an-
professional because I'm going to shut this.
There, that's a good one. So we got about a half an hour for break. Grab yourself. stranger to Burley County and the Minokan Farm. Jimmy and his wife Ginger own and operate Emmons Farm in Leedy, Oklahoma. They manage about 1,500 acres of farmland and about 4,000 acres of rangeland, where they've got hundreds of cows and calves, and they raise a diverse cropping system of soybeans, corn, and grain, sorghum, and sesame, cereal rye, cowpeas, canola, and winter wheat. Their integrated row crop and livestock operation, water resources, reduces erosion and enhances in soil organic manner. And the reason we know Jimmy so well is because he lives and breathes soil health. And I don't know how long ago it was I had the privilege of meeting Jimmy, but it's been a pleasure knowing him ever since then. And Jimmy is a collaborator. He's a leader. He's a collaborator. He brings people together. And he did work for FPAC before, under the first Trump administration. But now Jimmy is in a wonderful position. On May 19th, he was sworn in as the Assistant Chief for the Natural Resources Conservation Service, where he works to promote common sense conservation and policy. And Jimmy always has a big ear, and he's willing to listen to field operations, and he's a producer and a user of these programs himself. And he's working hard to make it better, easier. And of course, today he wants to visit with us about the NRCS of the future and his new regenerative ag and soil health program that he is leading. And so with that, please help me welcome Jimmy Emmons.
I told you to shorten that about 20 minutes.
I did.
Oh.
I could go on and on about it.
Yeah, I don't trust you about going on and on. Here, let me get that.
Right. Right. After I helped him out with that computer problem.
Well, I want to make one thing clear before we get started. If you look at your program, this is Matt Powers, and I'm afraid Matt is watching when Errol said I looked like Matt Powers. Maybe 50 years ago I looked like Matt, but probably not. So Matt, if you're watching, I'm sorry about that. How's everybody today? Barry Fisher. Let's give him a round of applause. Wasn't that awesome? So today I'm going to talk a little bit about NRCS because I am the assistant chief now. We've just opened the office of the assistant chief, so there's going to be 3 more. We have 2 more right now. So I'll be in the central region, managing the central states here. Hans Hunt is in the west, and Ken White is in the south, and we'll have a new one announced next week in the north. So we're very excited about that. We're decentralizing D.C. I've been in D.C. since May last year until just after Christmas this year, and I'm now stationed in Lincoln, Nebraska. So a big year for a western Oklahoma cowboy farmer to go to D.C. and live in a 600 square foot apartment that you pay $3,400 a month on. I've rented several farms in years past for that, so, but not by the month. But what a wonderful experience working for Chief Bentoncourt. She's a wonderful chief. She's very passionate about soil health and regenerative ag, and I'm going to talk a lot about that as we go forward here. In 2018, I was on a farmer panel in Norman, Oklahoma, when the first FPAC meeting happened there, and I was on that panel as a farmer then to talk about what NRCS needed to look like in the future. And what a blessing to be here to see that unfolding. So it's been in the works this long. Back then, I told them, you know, we need to be more farmer-facing. We need to have boots back on the ground. We need to get our people out on the land again. We need to streamline paperwork. We're in our own way with paperwork and bogged down in the offices. And God bless our employees that have to go through that mountain of paperwork. And I'm going to talk about some more of that as we go forward. Now I'm going to talk about regenerative ag and soil health and outcomes report. We've never talked about the outcome of what happened in Barry's farm when we went out and we put an EQIP program on him, or he was in CSP. We signed him up, we give him the money, he took the practices, he put it on the ground, and then we left. We think probably what he's doing was really good because it's a laid out plan and everything should be good, but we didn't go back and really show Barry and the farmer what the outcome, the true outcome was. So I want to talk about that more. It's supposed to be on, Barry. There he goes. You know, helping people help the land, that's what we talk about. So how do we truly get back to that? We've been doing that. Can we do it better? It's just like farming and ranching. We can always do better. And that's what we want to do. And we really want to get back to focusing in on what we really should be talking about, and that's farmers first. The administration, Secretary Rollins, Chief Bentoncourt, and the whole team that we have are dedicated to farmers first. And why is that? Because all the political team from Chief Bentoncourt down in DC and out now, we're all farmers. We're from all over the country, but we bring that perspective from here to there. And so we really want to put farmers first moving forward. I'm going to talk a little bit now about the Chief's priorities and our new priorities as an agency. Preserve and protect agricultural land. Well, that's multifaceted now because we've been trying to protect the resources, Jay, for years. But we're losing 5,000 acres a day of productive farm ground to concrete, asphalt, buildings and urban sprawl and highways, and I could go on and on and on. That's pretty bad, and I'm sure you can look around North Dakota and see some of that. But put it in perspective, Texas is losing 1,250 of that a day. So when you're doing that and it's houses, then what else does it affect? It affects the natural resources, it affects the water, the availability of water, and supplies to take care of all that. So we can do a lot of that, helping you protect land with easements and stuff if you so choose to do that. Some of that's cumbersome and some of that may not fit you, but there's some things that we want to do to really help you preserve and protect land as we go forward. Modernizing NRCS infrastructure and technology. You know, and thank God we had Daryl save me up here a while ago with the technology. And how many employees do I have out with us today? I know some of you are here. Okay, how many of you know anything about the spinning wheel of death that we have? Yeah, it's not roulette, and it's not the wheel of fortune. You can't believe, as a producer, I'm sure, the struggles that we have within our offices on connectivity. The chief and all of us on the team have joined her to die on the hill to fix this, and we've now zeroed in on where the big issues are, and a fix is coming soon. Why is that important to you guys? That is the efficiency of our employees. And sitting there waiting for 10, 15 minutes for a PDF to download would drive Daryl crazy, because now we're used to instant, and it should be. And there's no reason as a federal government that we have something like that within our agency. And you know, we've tried a lot of different things out in rural America. We've got several Starlink systems out, and that's a good fit and fix. if you're in rural North Dakota where you don't have fiber optics or any chance of getting that because it's very expensive to go. But that's not the only answer. If you take, there was a town in Texas that we installed that in, and it was great. It was faster than they've ever had it before. The office worked really nice. We went 20 miles down the road, we installed another one, and it was like, this is no better. So we called Starlink, like, something's wrong, and how come this office is experiencing that? Well, they pulled it up, and there was 54 other Starlinks within about 2 miles of the office. So that system was overloaded. So there's a lot of moving parts to all this, but we are going to fix it, and there's really reasons that we want to fix it, and I'm going to talk more about some of them here as we go. We want to recenter field engagement and technical assistance. Recenter it to the farmer. Make it where that our employees that have been overwhelmed in paperwork can get back out to the field. We've got some new tools. I'm going to talk about how we do that as well. All of these I'm going to talk about more in depth as we move forward. Strengthen partnerships by streamlining the processes and accountability. We've got a lot of great partners across the country. But just like everything else in life, not everyone's equal. So how do we streamline that process, make it easier, and how do we make all our partners accountable? Because we want farmers first, and we want the majority of the money going to the farmers. We want to shift to an outcome-based conservation and farmer empowerment. Well, and what does that really mean? And you're right, you got to watch stepping around up here. That means that if we helped you for 5 years or 10 years, that we will be able to write you an outcomes report of what you've done, what you've accomplished, how your farm has changed. And then that will allow you to capture markets as they come in the future. What markets? Could be a carbon market. It could be a water market. It could be a wildlife hunting opportunity. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? You know, if I knew what was going to happen in 2018, I would have tried to place myself differently. But I didn't know what was coming, so when it come, I had to adjust. That will have the tool that will really help you. Next, you've heard a lot about the regenerative pilot program. There's been a lot of miscommunications, a lot of misconceptions about this. We're working on this. And I'm going to try to lay out and help you understand a little bit more in depth of really what happened. We launched this in December 2025 with Secretary Rollins and Secretary Kennedy in a big announcement in D.C. We also had 4 farmers there that come from rural America across there. They got to sit down with Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Rollins, the chief, the undersecretary, and really had one-on-one interactions about their farms and their regenerative farms and how important that was. Now, how does that affect our program rollout? Our program rollout was ready to roll out the first of the fiscal year in October, and we were ready to go. The secretaries wanted to make this a big announcement because they really want to start focusing on regenerative agriculture. How many of you saw the announcement on television? Okay. They really hit home on how important it is to know where your food comes, how it's grown, how it's regeneratively grown, if it's nutrient density of the product that we have, and how do we support that? Well, then, as you well know, that a lot of things was going on in the other ag sector with low commodity prices, and they're trying to get emergency money put together for that. And they didn't want to combine them 2 messages together, so we got delayed a little bit. Then the federal shutdown came, and we got really delayed for 45 days. And then we had to get scheduling back up for the secretaries to coordinate their announcement. When a secretary wants to make an announcement, you can't talk about the program with anybody because it's a secret, and they want to unveil it like they did, and very graciously did and done a wonderful job for us. So our employees, our training, everything was sitting in there wondering what's going on. We had the announcement, farmers go into the office immediately, and then my phone starts ringing. Like, we don't know anything about this. I went in to sign up. They didn't know anything about this. If you ever saw a Chinese fire drill, this is what it's looked like at headquarters since that time. We tried to get all our training up and running in a short period of time. We got that out. We had 2 trainings this past week. We had 8,300 employees on them trainings. We got more trainings coming about soil testing. We had some the other day. So a lot of trainings. The reason our state leadership is not here today, they're in Indianapolis going through trainings for this. And how important is the program to NRCS? It's our top priority. It's our very top priority, because we want this to be out on the ground as quick as we can get it, because it's a pilot program, and we're going to, just like trying to plant, and Barry talked about it, trying to plant your first cover crop, trying to do your first no-till and heavy residue, it don't always go as you plan. And a pilot program is our chance to try it out, to get it out on the land, and to really see how it's going to work, and then we're going to tweak on it and adjust on it, and then the plans are to roll out a huge program in 27, which is the 1st of October. But currently it's $700 million for 2026. It's farmer first, streamlined, outcome-based conservation. And I say streamlined, we've also taken 80 pages out of the CSP program. Did anybody hear that? 80 pages of unnecessary, redundant paperwork that the offices have been having to do. So we're trying to streamline that. This enables whole farm regenerative practice through a single application. Plus, we're having a Chiefs Advisory Council that has more farmers on it than anybody. We also have corporate food companies and other companies that are interested in buying regenerative ag products there to have their 2 cents in. And then we have what we call the MAHA Mothers Group, the people and consumers that are looking for these products, so they can have an input on that. So the chief and I are really excited about that. That's coming very soon. We're going to have multiple public and private partnerships, because we had a conversation about that earlier. How are we going to do all the work together? How are we going to have all this soil testing? Because to get in the program, you got to do one of 18 practices that we have that we call regenerative practices to qualify. You could already be doing 3 or 4 or 5 of them and get in. But the first step is you're going to have to pull a SEMA 216 biological soil test to give us a baseline where you're at, because we know that we got to meet you where you're at. Where you're a Barry Fisher or you're a Ralph Mooney that's just the first time producer to regenerative ag, we got to meet you where you're at. Then we're going to come out and we're going to do a whole farm assessment of all your land to see what the resource concerns are on that land. Now don't panic. That doesn't mean you got to put your whole farm into the program, because we're going to write a 5-year plan and a 5-year contract to do that. We know that some people have yearly leases or 3-year leases. Not everybody has a 5 or 7-year lease. But you own land or you rent land with long-term leases that you can put in. You as a producer will target where you want to work and how much you want to do. It's meeting you where you're at, because farmers are first. All right, so you go 5 years and say you were no-tilling first. I'm going to use this as an example. And now I want a cover crop. We can help you plant a cover crop. Hey, I'd like to graze that cover crop. Good. We can help you write a grazing plan, management plan. Do you need fencing? See, you can start stacking these principles. We have virtual fencing now. That's a new practice that we can help you with. We have water monitorization, where we have cameras that we can put on the water. Ginger and I have implemented this stuff at our place 2 or 3 years ago. We've had collars on our cows a year now. So we've been monitoring the water. Now we can monitor the cows, and I can pull my phone up right here, right now, and I can see every cow that's got a collar on. I can see where she's at. I can move her. Now, I've had to quit doing that because when I was in DC, everybody kept coming in and saying, you know anything about this new virtual fencing? Yeah, I got this app right here, look here, and I can move these cows right now, and I would move the cows. About 3 days of that, my wife called and said, thought we understood one another. You're in DC doing all this. I'm here managing the ranch, and where are my cows? That weren't scheduled to move that way. And so we had a very heart-to-heart conversation, and now she manages all the moving. But how does that help Jimmy Emmons? And Daryl talked about how much land we had. We cut down to that number for me to take this job. We had more than that, so I let loose of a lot of rented land. Then my father-in-law passed away in June, and we've taken over that operation. So now we have more land than we had to start with, which has made it more hard for us to do what we're doing. But with all the new tools that we have, just like you can have if you participate in this program, we don't have to go see the cows every day. In weather, yeah, we might have to. But in open weather, we don't have to go see them. We know they got water. We know they're in. We know they're all right, because if they're not moving, I get an alert on my app that says, hey, this red cow that's got a 2343 tag hasn't moved in 6 hours. Check, check. So all these new programs that we can really help you with. Now, I've had pushback that says, well, you're just doing the same old thing. You're using EQIP and CSP. That's the vehicle that we're using because we already had it. Just think of it about being a farmer. Why are you going to buy a new piece of equipment if you got something that you can adjust and rebuild to make it work the fastest way you can? That's what we're trying to do. The practices, the conservation practices haven't changed either, because to create a new practice standard is a multi-year process. You can't roll out a new program if you're going to build new conservation practices. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not looking into the future. If we need some more, if we have antiquated ones that have lost their purpose that we don't need anymore, we're looking at them right now. Other things that we're looking at is one farmer, one file. How many of you get frustrated when you go into FSA and you sign up and you sign your AGI and you sign your different contracts, you go home, and then I need to run to NRCS next week and see what they've got, and I get ready to sign up, and then you have to sign the same document twice that you just signed. One farmer, one file is going to be a multi-agency joint venture to pull all that together, and we're in that process already. We should have this on the ground mid-summer, late summer. So we've had some glitches, as you can imagine, because not everybody's system wants to talk to one another. So we're gathering all that data. So when Daryl now comes into the office and says, I need to sign up with my FSA program, whoever that is, whether that's FSA, NRCS, or the Conservation District, when they pull your name up, you're going to say, oh, I see you've got an EQIP contract, you've got a CSP contract, you've got a BLM grazing contract or a Forest Service contract. They will be able to see all that information right there. So when you sign up, then everybody sees what you've done. So there will be no more of this signing the same document, the cumbersome, and it'll be clear and easy. And if we need a map in NRCS, we don't have to go next door to FSA and get that printed out or pulled up. We can pull that up ourselves. So it will start helping us, and that's in process. But see, we couldn't really initiate that until we get our connectivity fixed. So this is a step-by-step process that we're going through. And, you know, government doesn't move very fast, and it's moving faster than I've ever saw it. And sometimes we have to think, we're in a hurry, let's slow down a minute. That's unusual for government. Impact, improving management and program applications of contracts. You know, like, wow, what's impact really mean? Well, it's restoring program identity. It's streamlining contract types like I talked about with CSP. It's implementing programs and initiatives that's clearly and well defined. It's simplifying payment programs and the process for payments. It's improving application management, like I said, with the new program, single page, single document, sign here, you're in. That's helping us improve contract management. Instead of my local DC's desk that I can't see him for contracts and folders piled up, we're trying to lower that down. He'll still have a lot of that, but hopefully not near as much. So a lot of moving parts going on, and stacking enterprises, conservation practices, soil testing. We talked about earlier in a round table about that, what that looks like. What if a farmer's not pulling an advanced biological soil test like SEMA 216? How are they going to be able to interpret that and understand that? Well, this is going to be a learning process for us and the producer. But wow, what a great opportunity to start really understanding what regenerative practices can do for us long term. And when I talk long term, if we sign up for a 5-year contract, and some of us know this by heart, that by year 5, we may see a significant change. We may not see a significant change in everything, but we should see some change. If you go out of that program at year 5 and enroll with our CSP on the regenerative pilot program, you're in for another 5 years. Now, we're going to write you an outcomes report at year 5, but now once you get to year 10, you should start seeing significant changes on your family operation if you've took advantage of all there is to offer in this program. Do you have to? No, you can go at your own pace. But we've always said it takes 3 to 5 years to really start the biological system to working, and as Barry talked about, converting them nutrients over for us. So starting to understand that, that's huge. That's huge if you're really thinking about soil health and getting off the powertrain of inputs. So just think about that. Also, another thing that happened was the one big beautiful bill, and now they got an acronym like OBA or something like that for it. What was key about that, it provides over $34 billion for fiscal year through fiscal year 2031. But it adds funding to key Farm Bill programs. Remember I talked about rolling out a big program like this regenerative program in next year? That will help us do that. Instead of $700 million, it could be several billion. It restores funding for voluntary public habitat incentive program and the feral swine eradication program. You know, in Oklahoma, there's 2 kinds of farmers nowadays. There are the ones that have pigs and the ones that's going to have pigs. And most everybody's got pigs now, they just don't even know it. So a lot of these good programs will really be beneficial. It also provides an additional $150 million beginning this year in 26 for watershed protection and flood prevention operation programs. That's huge. That's huge because, you know, we're in a weather pattern that climatologists are really talking about, whiplash weather. It's all or none. Have you seen that on your farms? Where it doesn't rain, it doesn't rain, it doesn't rain, and then when it rains, it really rains? Well, that's going to be very, very important. So we're excited about that. The shutdown that shut down and we're starting again doesn't affect us because we at USDA are fully funded through 31. So that will really help us. Precision agriculture. We talked about that a little bit this morning, Barry did. We can really help you with tools if you aren't already using some of these. Most all of us nowadays use auto steer, not everybody. Variable rate technology, spot spraying, see and spray, soil moisture sensors, and telemetry. But as I said, we just added virtual fencing and water monitoring. What water monitoring really helps you do is see if the cattle's got water, but you know what we enjoy more than anything is seeing all the wildlife come in to water, especially in dry periods. That gives us a barometer of how we're doing in the regenerative ag system. When you see all the insects, when you see all the birds, when you see all the wildlife coming in. If you plant that camera over here where you're not doing that, you don't see as many. And remember what he was talking about with slugs a while ago and voles and other pests that we have across the country. That is a real barometer of how well we're doing in regenerative systems. So it's not just only to check your water. If you're very observant and you pay attention, you see owls come in, you see hawks come in, you see quail come in, sit on the edge of the tank. And if you really zoom in, you can see all sorts of insects coming in. So it's really cool technology that we can help you guys and ladies with as we move forward. You know, I'm sure y'all didn't have any of this in the 30s up here and blowing dust. I noticed you have several windbreaks around here. We're celebrating 90 years at NRCS. So what a legacy we already have at NRCS. We actually helped the country get out of this national disaster and get better. Can we be more better? Yeah, we can be more better. We still have dust storms going on. Do we have large, multi-state, multi-region disasters where you can't see your front porch? No. We have isolated areas that have that. So we've gotten better. Is the work all done? No, it's not. We're 250 years old this year. That means we've done a lot as a country. And a lot's happened. And a lot of things had unintended consequences. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my family's history because I get a lot of questions like, Jimmy, why in the world would you want to do what you're doing? And I want to tell you, I was working for Farm Journal, Trust and Food Company. On the regenerative side, I was in charge of all their conservation programs. So I was running a $40 million grant that we had with USDA. I was running another agreement that we had with NRCS, and then we were running Trust and Beef, all in regenerative forms and fashion. We had a lot of field days clear across the country. A wonderful job, a wonderful job. I give up that job and a lot of salary that came with that job to do this job. And everybody said, well, that's not even good business. Why would you do that? Because I think at scale, now we can have an influence on how we can do better across the nation, all 50 states, islands, and provinces that we have across America. That's why I do it. My family moved to southwest Oklahoma on the land run way back when we come out of Indian Nation to Oklahoma. My grandparent, my granddad, was one of 11 kids, and they quickly outgrew their farm in southwest Oklahoma. And so when the oldest 5 got of age, and my granddad was dating and was fixing to get married, something that you know, I don't know if my wife would ever have consented to this, but my granddad loaded his 5 oldest kids up in an old car in southwest Oklahoma, nearly 90 miles from where my family farm is, And they started on this journey to find land for his kids. They took a chunk of cash that they'd saved up in the root cellar, and my great-granddad and grandmother decided how much they would give each one of the 5 kids to plant them somewhere, because they couldn't buy any more land where they were at. They were landlocked. In the Wichita Mountains, you have mountains around there, so they were landlocked. So they came to our family farm first. My granddad was the oldest, and they had this opportunity to rent 526 acres. Now in 1926, that was a pretty good chunk of land to rent. It was also challenging times too, so they rented it very economically, and so he gave my granddad 3 years worth of rent. They had an old log cabin on the place, and here you go, and happy wedding when that happens, and they got married very shortly after that. They headed west because my Uncle Marvin wanted to be in California. He settled just south of LA on a family farm there. They operated that family farm and his kids up till just a few years ago when the city finally just overtook them. Uncle Marvin went to Yakima, Washington, so they're all in his car. By the way, they had to overhaul it on the way, but they just stopped in the roadside and done that where they were at. And he kept telling the girls, he had 2 girls with him, 3 boys and 2 girls, you need to find a job and find a man. Everywhere they stopped, you need to find a job, you need to find a man. Well, he brought them back to Oklahoma City. They made that whole 1.5-year track around and come back to Oklahoma. The point being now is that was 1926. My grandfather started farming on the family farm that I still operate, and many others. You know what happened in 29? So that was the 3rd year of the lease. The financial institutions in the whole country collapsed. But my grandfather kept farming. 1930 come, 31, 32, 33, and 34, the peak of the Dust Bowl, we were about 90 miles from Boise City, Oklahoma. And he was able to buy the farm in 1934. But my granddad had a big weight on his shoulders of what we had done and what we had caused. Once again, when I talked about a while ago, all or none, during the Dust Bowl in Oklahoma, we lost more soil to water erosion than we did blowing dust. Yet we were in the epicenter of the blowing dust, because when it did rain, it rained, and dust and powder erode at a high rate of speed. And Jay's been to our farm. There's a creek that runs through the middle of 250 acres of bottomland on the South Canadian River. That creek is about 40 foot wide and about 25 foot deep. That happened one night in 1934, right after he purchased the land. He had, in the 20s, he had started a small ditch with a team of horses and a walking plow to divert the water out of the hills to the river. They had 14.5 inches overnight, and the hills were unmerciful and caused that huge erosion. So I grew up in a family with my granddad and my dad very focused on conservation and how important it was to keep the land, because they had saw it stripped off as deep as they'd plowed that one night. So all that topsoil was gone. You could see the chisel marks, the moldboard plow marks, and that was it. So that's where I come from. And I want to tell you where the agency comes from. We've conserved nearly 15 million acres of wildlife habitat in the West. We've nearly restored 2.9 million acres of critical wetland habitat. We saved over 470 million pounds of nitrogen and 87 million pounds of phosphorus and 25 million tons of sediment heading into our water bodies and streams. We prevented 27 million tons of soil from blowing away. Have we fixed it all? No. we only fund 1 in every 6 contracts that comes to the office for lack of funding. Can we do better? Can this new program really show the difference? Because the secretaries really want to know what the barometer is out here. Is there a need? And we're telling them we have a need because we're only funding 1 in 6. How quickly we can spend this money, how we can show that we are interested in saving land, we are interested in conserving everything that we have of the natural resources. That's why I'm here. I'm not here for the name that they want to kid me about, assistant chief. I'm not here for the money. I'm here to know that I can make an impact to help you guys, help the offices, because I bring a perspective of conservation that was life and death from our family in very trying times. But my granddad was frugal enough and worked so hard to protect that land after he lost a lot of that's what fueled me to really get started. Now, when I got started no-tilling, that wasn't very popular with him because he didn't understand it, and my dad struggled with that. And then came the curse that really haunted me for a while because I lost both of them within 1.5 years of one another. But I still want to continue on this journey. But now the risk is, what if I lose it because I'm changing it? But I never would look back because Jay and others across the country helped me see the difference. Now I want to help everybody see the opportunity that we have out there. And I didn't write this by myself. There's a whole team of great individuals. Kelly Evans was one of the other authors that really helped the original document get to be. Then we had to go through all the process. So don't think that this is just Jimmy's baby. It's NRCS's baby. And as I said, the whole list of politicals that are with me come from the farm, and they see the need for this as well. But it's also history that we not have just the Secretary of Ag, we have the Secretary of Human Services that's behind us as well. The third component of that is we've been meeting with the Department of War. They have 27 million acres of land in the United States, and they're working on regenerative grazing on military bases. If you go to YouTube, and Peter Bick with Carbon Cowboys has just put out a new video, and it's called AMP, A-M-P, multi-paddy grazing, Camp AMP, and it will show you the video out in San Obispo, California at the military base with a producer that's running cattle on the military base that has made them more efficient at the military base. They don't have to mow, manage, fire suppression, because they can use cattle to do all that. And we're in a big conversation. The chiefs met with them, I met with them, and we would like, and Secretary Hedgeseth is fully aware of this program and is really behind it. That 27 million acres, I think there's probably 15 to 16 million acres that's grazable across the country. So what, we possibly could have 3 secretaries that has the president's ear. This is huge, folks. It is really huge. And Barry talked about the tipping point a while ago. There's a tipping point in regenerative ag and conventional ag right now. This could be our catapult that would put us on the map to get us to another level as we go. So I wanted to kind of give you some background of kind of where I'm at in time. And I want this to be interactive, because it's not all about Jimmy talking. If many of my friends are sitting in the front row know that I can talk for a day or two about this. I'm very passionate about it. So I'm going to share my contact information with you. I had already had feedback from Wisconsin, where I just spoke at Green Bay with Barry a couple of days ago. We're going to have a round table with some producers here after a while later today. Probably share some ice cream in a small room back here. That round table, I've replicated that once already in Wichita, Kansas. We're going to ask farmers what they think. Have they went in? Are they signed up? And we want to keep in contact with them via email to start with, and then we're going to do virtual talks with them. Because see, farmer first means that for me to make you first, I've got to talk to you. I've got to know the challenges that you face, the opportunities that you're given. If we're not doing a good job as an agency, how can we fix this? If you think there's a new practice standard that we could look at, that's how that starts. So that's an opportunity, and I don't even know who's going to be in that. Daryl's worked on that. That's been secret, because I don't want to know that till we're there. And I know Casey's going to be gracious enough with the local office or state office here to help me capture notes, because it's hard to talk and to write at the same time. I can barely walk and talk sometimes. So we'll have that going on. I'm going to do that 10 or 12 more times in our region. So we hope to have a good representative of the central region about really what's happening on the ground with that. So I'm going to stop right there, Daryl, and let's take some questions from the audience. And right there's one over there.
I'm not a producer, I'm a landowner. I'm also dealt with NRCS. I thank you guys for what you're doing, because you brought our stuff more, obviously, conservation minded than just market. But my question is, you said 700 million, is that for the whole United States?
Yes.
Is that for 1 year?
That's actually for 9 months.
How are you gonna spread that out amongst, it sounds like everyone says, you sign up, you sign up, you sign up. I've tried that for years, and I'm always short while you're not at that time, you don't have right points, you're not doing it.
Right.
And it's literally impossible, so are you gonna give everybody $15?
Right.
But how does that work?
So
You gotta wait, you sign up, which I don't understand, a lot of guys do. But people are asking me, because I'm on our
sure.
conservation board, do you try to sign up for it and hopefully you throw in a pot or something?
So that's one of the big challenges right now. That was the big discussion with the secretary. She said this is not big enough. We need to make it bigger. But with a pilot project, and Jay and Barry and Daryl and everybody here would tell you, if you're going to start regenerative ag, to start small, because you may have a hiccup and you may need to adjust. So that's what we're trying to do. 700 million is not small, but it's not 30 billion, 12 billion. But if we're going to adjust and tweak on it, and we only have 9 months, because we're just started taking applications. The first batch was January 15th. The end of the year is September 30th. So we're going to spend the money. We're going to look at how that rolled out, how it was utilized, where we're at. We're going to tweak on that, because I probably left out somebody. We probably need to add somebody else. We're another program. There's been some interest in other areas of agriculture as well. Then we'll lay that all out into the new program, and it will be big enough, I hope, that will help cover more people. But remember, we've only been funding 1 of 6. So that's what you've been experiencing. So the hope is that we see the need, the secretaries see the need, and we'll fund that where we can fund, I hope, most everybody that comes in. But realistically, if we can just improve by 50, 60, 70%, that would be awesome. Because once again, we still got a workforce that's reduced to do all this work. That's the next challenge that we're in. That's the reason I talked about partners and how we get there. How do we help our employees do the work that they're doing now more efficiently with the spinning wheel of death and new tools and one farmer, one file, and all that connectivity issue. So this is a busy year to get all that pulled together without the wheels coming off the wagon going down the hill 90 miles an hour. Yeah. Remember that when it comes out the first time, we got a glitch in it. So, yeah, you got my phone number, and I appreciate that. Good question, though. I know there's some more right over here.
So I guess my question's on RMA.
Wait a minute.
We're gonna get the mic around so that way.
I guess my question's kind of on RMA. I guess my first one was on the one file, one farmer. Is that going to be in there? And then is RMA going to get out of the way and regen?
So there's been a lot of movement in our RMA so far. There's going to be more as we move into this. The pressure is on. They're trying to, and I worked with RMA last time with the administration to do some changes. You've seen some of that small changes coming already. There'll be more as we move forward in all this, because it's a big push from the Secretary and all of USDA. How do we get to the next level of regenerative ag? So that's that question. And what was the other question?
I guess with RMA, like for me with cereal rye, it's just a disaster to keep all the FSA and RMA happy with that crop. You can't inspect it like winter wheat.
Yeah.
You got to know what you're going to do with it when you plant it, and it's basically it's uninsurable if you're going to do anything besides take it to seed.
I've had a lot of questions about cereal rye, and I grow cereal rye, so I know what you're talking about exactly. There's a big push because we've been helping our grain farmers, yet we don't help our rye farmers. That it is a grain, it is a product that has a market to that. That's in discussion. I don't know where we're going to land on that, but that is a big issue as we're moving forward. All this cover crop initiative in rye, because as we grow, the demand for seed and stuff, it escalates. And how do we take care of our farmers? How do we, that's growing rye, how do we get them insured? How do we put that support underneath them? So that is in the movement. I can't tell you where they're going to land, but it's going to be forward, hopefully better, because there is a lot of calls coming in about that right now. And we're gathering all that. And if you want to contact me sometime, please do, and I'll see if I can connect you or help you get some more information. But I don't have an answer for that, other than I know it's in the works. But as I said, there's literally thousands of things in the works right now because we're taking a ship that has been running very straight, very narrow, as fast as they can go, and now we're asking that ship to turn around in the harbor at full speed. So there's some wrecks come with that. There's some adjustments come with that. So we'll just have to see as this all comes together. But they're working on it, I know. Trust me, I got a lot of rye farmers in Oklahoma, especially with this new program coming out, helping all the grain farmers except them. So I get that. Anybody else? Sure gets hot up here in the hot seat. Yeah.
On the programs there, is it closed then? The pilot program, is it closed for the?
That's another misconception. So everybody there, I had 1,000 phone calls to this. January 15th was a batching date that we set way back at the first of the year so that we could start rolling out money quicker. When we started this program, then it was too close. We knew that, but we didn't want to change that. So that was just the first batching date. We take sign-ups year-round, so you can go in anytime and sign up. You know, I don't know how long this $700 million will last. You know, so I would go earlier than later, but also you got to be patient with the offices, because this is overwhelming for them just as much as it is for all of us, maybe even more, because we're training long sessions. Like I said, we had 8,300 employees on trainings just last week. So it's not over, and a lot didn't go in because we didn't have all the information out yet. There's several signed up already, but there's still slots, so go in and sign up.
What if a guy's already signed, I'm already doing CSP, what does that look like when we come here? Can we do the same contract, same program, same acres? What's that look like?
No, it won't be the same because it's in a different program and there's different protocols to do. So I don't know exactly how we're going to, it's going to be separate. So I don't know how we're going to do all that yet particularly. So I don't want to get off in the weeds here, but it will be differently because the protocol of soil testing, whole farm assessment, 5 years contract in with this program versus what you're already doing in CSP. It might be that you're doing a lot already, then we can have you in the CSP enhancement program for this pilot, but you still got to follow the protocols. So more to come on that. I know that we're frantically working on a lot of them different questions out there, and I've offended several of them already. So I don't have the magic wand to say, yes, you'll be in 2 or you'll be in 1 yet, but we're getting to the answers of that. That's the hard questions that I don't have all the answers to yet. Anybody else? You know, I am in the way of us. Oh, the lady right there, Chad, in the middle. I don't want to bother your dinner, but I want to answer all the questions that we can.
I was just inquiring, how are you defining or your principles of regenerative agriculture? How are you protecting that integrity of that term without it just becoming another buzzword?
That's a huge issue, you know, and for years people said, well, it's just a fad. We've defined it the best of our ability in the agency, that we really think that we've hit a pretty good mark. I'm sure other people will look at it and think they can put a twist on that. We're not trying to greenwash or water it down because we really think it's a holistic systems approach to conservation that is biological, below ground, above ground as well. That's the reason we're pulling all these biological soil tests. We've done a great job looking above. We haven't done a good job looking below. And if you heard Barry talk about the nutrients, and, you know, 30% efficiency, maximum of 50, and I'd say probably of however many people we got in here, there's a very few of us that are hitting 50. We could be. So regenerative agriculture is the rebuilding of that structure and rebuilding of that ecosystems and biological community that we're all alike. If you're a microscopic entity that we have to use 400 power to look at, or me, or an elephant on this planet, we all have several things in common. So we're all the same, and we've got to look at how we work on the land, that it has a consequence on all of us, below and above ground. The effect of air, water, and food is very important. And then how do we utilize the nutrients from that? The most common misconception is you throw out nitrogen and it goes to the plant. And you fix the plant and it grows. You throw out nitrogen, it's still got to go through the biology to be available for the plant. That's the reason we're only 30% or 40% or 50% efficient. If you don't have the biology in the system to free that up, it's not going to work. So we understand that in NRCS, and we hope that this pilot project in regenerative and what we're really talking about on a bigger scale is like throwing mud against the wall and see if it's going to stick, because I think it will, because we're looking at the big picture of the planet, not just the single thing, the resource concern of a ditch out here that we fix the ditch, but we don't understand why the water's running out instead of in. That's what we've been doing for 90 years. That's the reason we built windbreaks, to stop the wind from blowing when we should have been planting cover crops, but we didn't know then. So how do we do better now? And that's in this program. So we hope that what we've laid out and the definition that we laid out into that will stick and people will pay attention. And as we get thousands of these soil tests across the country, our employees and our producers will understand the importance of that biological community. That's the key point of that program, to really understand the regenerative side of that and what that looks like at year 5 and year 10 out here. We've never looked at that as an agency and hopefully as a farming community to see what that change really means to us. It's the best shot I got today to explain that. We're trying to make that really stick. Secretaries are really focused on regen. I had some questions like, why did you call it the Regen Pilot Program? Couldn't you have named it something else? That's what they wanted to use because they think regenerative agriculture is the way that we need to go. So that's the reason it's named that. And it suited me too. Right here, Chad. You got to keep me on time too, Daryl. I don't want lunch.
Have they talked anything at all about nutrient density testing or anything like that, or is that too advanced of a technology?
That's too much going on at one time.
Okay.
And we know that takes a long time to come. That's not going to happen in 5 years. If you're great, maybe if you're Barry and you're 20 years down the line, you're probably getting there. You're there. But he's in the minority. So we got to talk about the majority. So that's later. Maybe that's in the next big plan coming out. Because Secretary Kennedy talked about that in the announcement. That's on the radar. But I told my team the other week how we're trying to all be all over the country and training's going on and stuff. And I said, remember, we're building a plane, putting fuel in as we put the wing on, going down the runway, trying to take off. I mean, this is how short that time frame is. So we got to be careful about what we add on or we'll never get off the ground. So we're going to start with these basics and build upon that, and then we'll talk about that later. We got to get off the ground first, because if you don't get off the ground, you're never going to get anywhere. And this is the critical point of takeoff.
It's a natural progression.
It's a natural progression.
It would set the stage.
Yeah.
Set the stage.
Yes. But we got to get off the runway first, Jay. Who's next?
So you said you're going to be streamlining the process. You talked a lot about getting rid of the paperwork end in the offices. Are you doing anything to get rid of the red tape on the land? I went in and a couple years ago looking at some fencing infrastructure, some water infrastructure. This lady starts telling me they're going to be out there measuring my H braces to make sure they're the right distance apart, and if they're not going to give me my funding. And oh, by the way, we're going to tell you when your cows got to be here and when they got to be there. And I said, that's not adaptive grazing if you're telling me 3 years out that this is when my cows are going to be here and there. How is this moving me forward? And I just walked away from it.
Yeah.
I didn't
Well,
even try.
now be patient with us. Yes, our program's clear, and I got into this, so I had 20 miles of fence down from a wildfire in 2018. And I made a mistake on the first H braces because I cut them braces 8 foot with a saw or a torch, then I saddled them. So according to how high your fence is, in inches is how long you've got to be in your H. Well, when I saddled them, I come up about an inch short. And so the first ones didn't qualify, but I knew that in the rules that it said they need to be 8 foot. And I was 7'11" because I made a stupid math calculation that I cut them 8 foot. So they didn't qualify, but then I fixed that and went in. Now, as far as written grazing plans and moving your cows around, that should be a plan laid out to you that says if you're going to do multi-pack advanced grazing, rotational grazing, and you know how much forage you got, you know how many animals you got, that typically you could move them on these days or these weeks or however you lay that plan out. Remember, this is all voluntary conservation. So, you know, if you don't like the way the plan looks, then you need to talk to your planner more. And once again, it depends on the size of the animals, the weather, the growth of the grass or the forage that you're on, and how big. That's the reason it should be adaptive multi-paddock grazing, that you understand and they understand that. So you got my number. Sure. Yeah. Well, sure. Right. Well, once again, be patient. Remember, 9,000 employees. If you go to Walmart shopping, there's a lot of people shopping in there. It's very courteous and say hello to you, and then there's somebody that will run over you. That's just people. So we have people within the agency that are very strict and not very flexible, but the majority of our employees try their very best. And we know that there's some people issues out there. So once again, if you run into problems, you know who to call. And we'll look into that. But also be patient and understand the contracts, what you're signing and what you're agreeing to, that they have rules to follow by to move forward. So it's a working process, and it should be a partnership together. So.
Jimmy, I think you're close to out of town. But
Good.
Would you, hang on, would you tell the group, would you tell this group about your family's connection with Bismarck, Main Street, and Emmons County?
So Emmons County, North Dakota is my great-great-grandfather's descendant that came up the Missouri River. When they came over from England, it was two brothers. One, they were coming over here to be farmers, but one really got fascinated with ships and boats. So when they landed, one went south into Virginia to farm. One started working on a boat, became a riverboat captain, wound up in North Dakota on the Missouri, and when they become a state, they started to name the county. They named Emmons County after him. The fun part of that is the other side of the family, we'd lost that history because these two brothers never communicated when they left. So when I found out about it, I came up here, researched it out, went back, done the history, traced that all out, and he left Emmons County for the gold mines. He was very prosperous over there, and to make his big fortune, he lost it, gold mining. He came back here, he continued riverboat work, and then when they had the land run in Oklahoma in '89, he went down and made the land run in Cherokee Strip and wound it up 90 miles from where our family settled. And he's buried in a cemetery up there, and I had some kin folks, we connected up with them again. So we have, I give Jay trouble all the time because his family farms in Emmons County, and I said, you take care of that county up there. Don't you let that blow and wash away, and you're in charge of everything up there. But I don't have any kin folks there, but I've been up here, probably this is the fifth time with y'all, maybe sixth, but I think it's fifth. And I've done some things with the Conservation District up here as well. So it's kind of home, and I'm glad to be back. Once again, you got my information. Please reach out to me. And long live the soil, because without it, we got nothing. And it's withstood a lot, but I don't know how much it can stand. And I'm going to end on this, and Daryl. Several civilizations across the world that are gone, that we don't even know what happened to them, other than they destroyed all their resources. The Saharan Desert was not a desert. They created that, and no one can live in that hardly. So long live the soil, and I trademarked that about 10 years ago, and I believe in it, because without it, we have no food, no water, no nothing. And I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Let's give Jimmy a big round of applause. We certainly appreciate what he does. Again, he's been up here quite a bit. Jimmy is actually one of our featured producers in our Future of Food video, if some of you have seen that. That's available on our website. I just thought of that today. We don't run that out much, but Jimmy is in there and does a super job. And we really think he looks great in that Minokan Farm vest. And he told me now this one fits. So he's stylish, you can tell. So again, we so appreciate Jimmy and what he does, and we're going to have that producer panel this afternoon. So with that, I think we're going to have lunch, and we can open up the doors, and we'll have an hour break, and you can
back in 2017, almost 10 years ago now. It's kind of crazy, but thank you for the opportunity. Prairie Roots Homesteading Summit is going to come May 15th and 16th in Watford City. We got Justin Rhodes and Tim and Sophia Eng. Justin Rhodes is a pretty popular YouTuber. He has over 1 million followers. He really focuses on chickens, soil health, all of that. Very engaging personality. And then Tim and Sophia Eng, they are people that move from Silicon Valley to rural areas to homestead. And so we're going to have a couple keynote speakers going on over those days, but then we'll also have 20 breakout sessions covering things from cheese making. Jaden Deckert will be talking about soil health. We'll be talking about beekeeping, keeping a family milk cow, beef tallow, anything and everything like that. We're super excited, and so just wanted to have that opportunity. Prairie Roots Homesteading Summit. If you Google search that or put it on Facebook, you'll see the event. If that's of interest to you, we've got a few handouts at the desk as you're leaving, or come and see me and I can get you the information. But thank you, Daryl, for the opportunity. Thank you for putting this on. This is a great event that you have here.
Thank you, Danville. And make sure you guys check in on that. They do some great things in McKenzie County. And like he said, our own Jaden Deckert will be there. And I'm sure he's diligently working on his presentation already. I think he started on it for May. So, oh, it's done already. It's so good, it's done already. So, well, with that, again, appreciate the opportunity to be back with you this afternoon. I think we should give Arlen Van Beek and his crew a great big hand. That was a great lunch. And Sandy and Cindy and Michaela helping everyone get through the line. And that worked pretty well, I think. And then, of course, you got a nice tour of the offices. And I put all my trash that I ate, I put it in Seth Beckler's cubicle garbage. Because that way I don't have to take mine out as often. And so I put in Seth. So if you guys did that, that's okay. With that, we're going to get down to the highlight, I believe, of the conference. It's the panelists, producer panelists. We have with us today a great panel, that cut a pretty wide swath in the soil regen grazing world, if you will. We decided when we sat down with the planning committee that we would have a diverse panel of some people that were, doing these types of things, like Ryan and Kelly and Deanna. Kelly and Deanna lean more on the cropland side, of course, and Ryan is a third-generation rancher. And then Ron Kessel was an industry choice that we had. Jay and I, probably 2-3 months ago already, had the opportunity to do a podcast with Ron. Ron, if you recall, if you were around 20-some years ago, Ron actually worked in Burleigh County as a soil conservationist. And so Jay and I have reached out to Ron a couple times over the years. We keep in contact, and he's a great resource. He's the branch manager for Helena Ag. So I think you'll find this group to be very diverse. They've got some interesting things to say. And without further ado, I'll introduce, did you guys decide who's going first? Who was the tough guy out of the group? Yeah. Well, I didn't I knew that, Deanna, but I didn't really want you to say it. But Ryan is first on the list, so we're going to go with Ryan. And a little bit about Ryan. Again, Ryan's no stranger to Burleigh County and to the NRCS. He's a third-generation rancher from northeast of Lemon, South Dakota. And, of course, he works on his family ranch with his wife and raised their children, their 5 children. And, of course, they, too, have taken an interest in the family business. He's been an area rangeland management specialist for NRCS for almost 20 years, and he's implemented various soil health and conservation practices on his place. And if you've hung around Ryan, he's really passionate about what he does. He's not going to you know, he's a quiet, easygoing type of guy, but he really knows his stuff, and he's done a lot of neat things on his farm and ranch, and of course we thought that it was important that he get up here and tell us about it. So with that, at this time, how the panel's going to work, we gave them all about 20-30 minutes, and then we'll sit them down at the end, and then we'll go through some questions. We have about an hour and a half for this, and if we need to go a little longer, we certainly can, because we're up against a break. So again, please help me welcome up Ryan Beer. You want the lapel?
Okay. How do you get the pointer on here? That one. Daryl's more technically advanced than I am, so I have to have help with this. So.
Okay, there you go. You
And the pointer, that red pointer.
They gotta learn something. Oh, there we go.
But if I want to point, like how
That?
Barry
I
did.
think you can do that. I promise.
Yeah.
Do you know how you do that pointer?
Okay. Right. Well, this is a picture of my family. This is everybody except for one. I have one daughter in California, but on the home place, I have my son, he rents another place that we work on together, and then my youngest son is coming back, and my daughter is over north of Beach, and then my other daughter is currently teaching in New England, but hopefully wants to come back to the place, and then of course my wife and me. But like I said, our operation is northeast of Lemon. We try to graze not quite year round. Try to get to like the first of the year, so about 9 to 10 months of grazing. We calve in May. Usually sell our calves after the first of the year, just sell them right off the cow. And most of what we try to do is more holistic or low input operation. This is just kind of a picture of kind of our landscape. We have sandstone hills up to the west, and then a lot of nice creek bottom where the place is at and stuff. I get a lot of ideas coming from workshops like this, and then I come home and I tell my wife what I want to do, and then we're right along the road, so then everybody gets to see what we're doing, which is sometimes a little bit different. So I feel like this a lot of times, like, what's that clown thinking he's doing now? But I guess it also has been really rewarding too in many ways, because then sometimes you get a neighbor asking you about it and what you're doing and stuff. So it's been working good, and it's been fun. I've been doing. I thought of this today. I've been doing it for more than 25 years of cover crops. Maybe took a little different path. The first time I did a cover crop was Indian head lentil, probably almost 30 years ago, more for livestock production. I was trying to think of ways to maybe not use as much fertilizer, but yet also the place I was on, I was renting a place, and he wasn't really quite on board with no-till to begin with. You know, it's a lot of equipment, a lot of working machinery, and a lot of things could be wrong, but then he kind of came around. But this was a way I thought I could maybe kind of sneak it in to do some other things other than the traditional crops and stuff. So like I said, I started off with legumes. This was one, some of them I've been doing for a few years, just grazing them, and then since then, we've kind of went to everything is just strictly forage. Any things that we do, if we renovate anything, then we'll do cover crops on that, but try to keep everything in grass and annual perennial production. One of the things I did was yellow blossom alfalfa. Some people, I mean, I did it as strictly as a hay field. This was a field that was a little ways from our home operation, usually an area that I got to later. And so I was looking for something that would maybe be a little bit later maturing than your traditional purple alfalfa. So I did a mixture of yellow blossom alfalfa, Slicer milk vetch, hairy vetch, meadow brome, pubescent, intermediate wheatgrass. This mixture turned out really well. It's been one of my more productive fields, and it's probably not my better ground either. We've had it in there for over 10 years now. I really love the yellow blossom alfalfa. The root system's a little bit different. It's more of a fibrous root, whereas it's not a tap root. The stems are finer, so the livestock seem to like to eat it better. It's a little bit later maturing. And the stand has really stayed very strong. I mean, we haven't really lost alfalfa in it, even though it was probably half alfalfa, half grass when I seeded it, and it's still stayed that. It's very persistent in the mix. Low chance of bloat, and the other nice thing about it is after 10 plus years, there are very few molehills out there. I don't know if it's because of the fibrous root system or what, but there's very, very little molehills, so it's still pretty smooth. The field has maybe went down a little bit in production in the last few years, but probably because more so, not because of the stand, it's more because what is hay ground? It's our most abused ground. We always just mine off it, take and take and take. Ideally, the location isn't where it's real easy for me to want to graze it. I mean, ideally, I'd like to get it where I'm grazing it one year, hay it the next, or maybe not even hay it anymore. But where it's at, it's kind of a little harder to do. Not that it's impossible. I just need to think outside the box and probably just get it done. But another thing that we've done that is when we have been renovating our hayland, I've been trying to do strictly no-till, completely no-till, not no tillage at all. The first time I did it was a field that had probably never been hayed or never been worked in 50 years. We just acquired this piece of ground. It was really rough, just rougher than any CRP field that we had that has been around. And as I was bouncing my head off the side of the tractor, I was thinking, what am I doing? This is so rough. I need to work this. But then the German in me took over. And this is what I was going to do. I'm a no-tiller by God. And I'm going to keep doing it this way. So that's what I did. So the first year, we sprayed it out. First year I seeded to millet. And that I did hay off, and I mean, we did some fall grazing on it and stuff. But then after that, we did like 4 years of cover crops on there. This was the year following that millet. Just a beautiful stand of cover crop. I mean, I think this was it's either 12 or 15 species mixed. I mean, I went and I swapped some swaths in there to put up the electric fence, and I mean, it was you can see it's as tall as a tractor, so worked out really well. Then I did a cover crop the next 3 years, and then seeded back to grass and alfalfa. And when I seeded it back, after 2 weeks of seeding that grass, I could row the grass. It came in right away. I mean, I know Jade's probably told me before, you need to prep that ground. I mean, it really worked well on this. It really prepped it good, and we had a really good stand. And I guess this is kind of what it looks like after some of the grazing of it. good ground cover, good litter, good armor on the soil. The seeding that we did in there, I guess we've been kind of going to more of a high diversity hayland seeding. This one doing a mixture of the two alfalfas, yellow and purple, about 5 or 6 different grasses. Threw in some red clover, which is not supposed to work in our area. That's why you can look. I had to modify our seeding sheets because our book says it don't work in our area. It did come up the first year, and I do find it off and on, but it didn't persist. Also, there were some wet areas in there, so I tried some birchfoot trefoil and other different things. So a lot of times when I do some of this stuff, I guess if I'm going to suggest it for other producers, I figure I need to do it myself, and so I try to experiment in my own place as much as I can with it. Just a really nice stand. Now we're working at getting it to where we're just going to completely probably graze it, not hay it at all. But, about 5 years ago, we started bale grazing. We really like that. It's really worked out well, especially with my position where I'm only work there on the weekends a lot. But this is kind of why we do it, putting nutrients back into the soil, saving fuel, time. A couple of years ago, I never started a tractor for 4 months. I just moving polywire and stuff worked out really well. It'd be very hard to go back to rolling out bales and stuff. Getting the armor on the soil. We maybe do it a little bit different. We don't do the high, like, I don't know how to say this without trying to offend my NRCS brothers and sisters. We're not trying to do it the way our NRCS specs say. I guess I'm just trying to do it for time savings and all that. And so I'll show a picture, but we're not putting it where the high density, like every 50 feet and stuff. I do try to concentrate it on areas where there's hard pan maybe, or hilltops or less productive areas. Another reason we're doing it, we have gotten our areas around the home place where we used to feed a lot during the winter that just basically grew kochia and ragweed and stuff. That is returned back to grass and stuff. So we like what it's done overall for the entire place. Try to do paddocks about 6 to 7 days. I would maybe like to try to do it a little quicker, try to get to 3 or 4 days, but just because of time for me, this is what we're kind of stuck with. I think they cleaned up a little bit better if we'd had a little shorter time. This just kind of, I got this off Google Earth. This is 2 years ago, I believe. And just kind of showing the streaks through there, how I set up. This particular one, there was a 8 week system set up for a year for that. So. Then after that, we try not to hay it the following year for a couple of different reasons. One, just because it's plugging the baler up and the twine and all that and the rake, and get cow turds in the bales, but also the hoof action and stuff kind of helps stir up those litter piles a little bit more, and I think it just makes the stand healthier, and I think I have a picture in here. People a lot of times talk about the weeds that maybe come up on those litter piles. They're not a problem to me because that's where the first place the cow usually goes and eats on those litter piles, those weeds. Yeah, it's just it's a lot better for the soil health too. I mean, here's a picture of, I think this was 2 years ago, where on the left side is one where we grazed the following year, and the other one was one we hayed, and then there's just kind of a picture of there's a lot more cover litter on the ground where it was hayed, or that was grazed, so we just like that a lot better. For our livestock, we haven't poured for years. Don't do any chemical flight control in the salt or mineral. We do garlic, and we've kind of started doing that year round because it not only helps with the flies, but we also think it might help with the lice also, which we don't really see any problems with lice once you've stopped pouring and stuff too, so funny how that works. And then we rotate around, we do a grazing rotation, so we're always trying to rotate our livestock around so that they're not next to the fly source and stuff too. We are seeing a lot more dung beetles and stuff. My wife always gets kind of mad at me when we're moving cows, and all of a sudden I'm out there digging in a cow pie and stuff. I haven't found any rollers yet. If I ever do, then I'm really going to be in cloud 9, but just example of what we're kind of looking for there, some dung beetles. So. We do a good grazing rotation. Most of our grazing is probably 5 or 6 days paddocks. I do want to make that shorter and tighter, but that's what we're doing now. But I have done some where I have done it for a short time. I guess, and I call it targeted intensive grazing. We're a short impact, heavy utilization. A lot of times we're doing on stuff that's Kentucky bluegrass or brome, and I want it to look like this table. I want it bare, take all that litter off and stuff. A short impact like that is not going to be a detriment because it's going to have plenty of rest and recovery afterwards. And what we've been finding is that we've been getting a lot of, we actually have been knocking back some of their tame invasive grasses and getting a lot more native species coming in, a lot more little blue stem, big blue stem, switchgrass. My daughter, she found porcupine grass out in our pasture, which 10 years ago I would have told you we'd never find porcupine grass in western South Dakota, and we found it. Indian grass, we've been seeing an increase in Indian grass and stuff, so it's really helping with getting a change in our species composition out there and getting natives back in. Also been really helping good with infiltration, water infiltration. This summer I did a rainfall simulator, and where's that? This one here. And I'm assuming most people have probably seen it, but we always do where you can Kentucky bluegrass or brome grass, and most of the time it really shows where the water's going to run off a lot quicker and stuff. This one here is the brome in Kentucky. This one here is the native. It's pretty much western and green needle. And of course, when you're trying to show something like how bad Kentucky and brome is, then you do this in a group, and then it doesn't work. What this was, though, I had hit this very hard the year before with yearling replacement heifers. Did the targeted intensive grazing, and I did. Not this particular sample, but in that area, I was getting some big blue stem to come back in. But what it also did is I got that litter layer off, and I must have helped the soil aggregates enough to where the water infiltrated. So even a 1 year, one-time treatment can have some benefit. Now, I should have probably hit this again this summer to try to, if I'm really trying to control that Kentucky and knock it back, but I can't be everywhere at once either, so I didn't. But anyway. 2021, January 14th, we had what we call the Windy Fire. It's a really windy day, so I don't know how we got the name Windy Fire, but I had done a bunch of native seeding around this particular area in 2016, and everybody remembers what 2016 was. It was pretty dry, and it was really slow coming. It's been getting better and better. Then we had this fire in January. Of course, that's in our minds it's a complete disaster and stuff, and in many ways it was. But there's also some good things that came out of it. On that native seedings that we had done, the following year, and even though it was dry, fairly dry that year, we did have increased vigor in the native grasses and forbs, reduced weed pressure because we had some cheatgrass problems, and I mean that completely almost went away now, and it had increased production. Here you can kind of see the line where the fire was. This was burnt, and this wasn't. There is some native grasses in here. They just don't express themselves the way they did the following year and after this burn. Here's another. This is the same place, just a little bit later in the year. And then we did some clippings, and we did like a 3-year clippings on this. And this was burnt on this side, and this was not burnt. And you can just see how much better the stand looks and stuff after that. But. So fire could be a tool. It's a scary tool, but it could be a tool. On that same ground up here, something that we did this year, we really noticed a difference in change in livestock behavior. Most of our paddocks there are 12 or 20 acre paddocks. We water out of these little poly tanks here. I think this is like maybe a 500 gallon tank. We water sometimes out of 350 gallon poly tanks. Situation came up to where we couldn't put them up in the paddocks like we wanted to. But when I have them in 20 acre paddocks, whenever you go out there, that tank is never dry. It might be down a little bit. You might see a few cattle out there drinking, but it is always full where the calves can always drink. Then we just give them this whole end because we were trying to keep their cows away from the neighbor's bull that was getting in and stuff, and we didn't have time to make the paddocks, and so we gave them the full lane and basically 60 acres. They changed their behavior. They were standing around the tank. I'd go out there, and the tank was dry enough or low enough to where the calves couldn't drink. It just kind of shows sometimes you don't need a big tank to water this number of livestock, and it changes behavior. So one thing we have been watching for in our place, woody encroachment. We're seeing more Russian olives coming in, and also cedar and juniper. This is something I spent 15 years probably trying to plant cedar trees on hillsides and stuff, trying to get something to grow. I'm glad none of them ever worked, because now I'm trying to take them out. We're getting cedars coming in out of our hay fields and stuff, in our pastures and stuff too. So yeah, something to be mindful that we don't want this to start looking like further south with the green glaciers coming up and stuff. So beavers, we really like them on our place. For every gallon that this beaver dam is holding, it is putting 5 gallons into the groundwater and stuff. So I really try to encourage, we don't take them out or anything. I got 2 hunter neighbors on both sides of me that they want to get rid of every beaver. But yeah, we really try to keep them on our place. I have started doing some beaver dam analogs. This was one where there was actually a beaver dam here first, and I had a bunch of rock that I took off of a hay field for a trench from a pipeline. And my original intention was just to put it on this beaver dam so I could get across so I can do some spot spraying of wormwood and stuff. Well, the beavers, they thought they liked what I did, I guess, evidently, so then they built on top of it. So we worked together, I guess, and made a nice 6-foot deep beaver dam there. Just some of the pictures of what one of the beavers have actually done. But they, further downstream, they used it to make making a rock and mud to make a beaver dam, using reeds and stuff, all that. So they use a different material. Like I mentioned before, we're starting to see a lot more Indian grass. This summer, we had a international group from North Dakota, NRCS, come down, and we went and looked at some Indian grass plantings that we did on some native seedings, more for NRCS that we've done, and to show that maybe this is something that we could be doing here in western South Dakota, western North Dakota, and stuff. We went and looked at the seedings that we did. Some of them were 15 years old, and the Indian grass was still very prominent in there. Some of them were newer, but grazing, and it hadn't taken them out. They're still viable. Then we went and looked at some of on our place here, and I had a few spring development or springy areas that had some Indian grass to begin with, and it's really spread out through there. Where it originally started was back up into here, and it's a little hard to see it on this picture maybe, but we're standing in a bunch of Indian grass there. And I know it wasn't there 5 years ago because I would sometimes take samples out of here for the rainfall simulator because it had switchgrass and big blue stem. And now there's a lot of Indian grass there. And I just threw this picture in there because, I mean, August 25th, of course this year we had a very wet year too, August, and it's still how green that is. Like I said, this is where it kind of started, back up in here in the spring, and it's all throughout this whole drainage now. Just a fence line contrast with the neighbors. This was probably like 5 years earlier too. I mean, you see a little bit over here, and it actually, I guess I'm grazing on this here too, and it is starting to get a little bit in here. Last fall, we had a tour on the Perkins County Conservation did a tour, and we were up here looking at some bale grazing stuff, and we were looking at some of the ground where I had a seeding that there wasn't much grass in this alfalfa planting. For some reason, the first year I planted it, the grass came in good, and then for whatever reason it died out, and there was a lot of alfalfa, but a lot of bare ground. So a friend of mine asked me, well, why don't you interseed into this? And I didn't have a good answer because I didn't think of it as what I said, but also because our standards and specs would tell me that we can't do that in western North Dakota or South Dakota. So I kind of did a little research, and I think I probably called Jay and asked him if he's ever done something like this, and I got the Jay answer, well, tell me how that works. So I'm telling you how it worked. It worked out really well. We did interseeding of this alfalfa, oats, barley, and triticale. And also I put in metal broma pubescent, trying to get that grass back into that mixture. I eventually want to get this to where I'm just grazing this and not haying it, so I wanted that grass in there. This summer, it's about a 75-acre field. We grazed about half of it with heifers for about a month and a half. Gave them 3-day paddocks. And then the other half, I did end up haying it. And I got as much hay off that. I got about 1.5 times more hay off that than on the half than I did the previous year on the entire field. So it really produced pretty well. And the livestock really like it too. So, and I did find some new seedlings coming of the broma pubescent. So I'm hopeful that this year that it'll be a good grass mix, alfalfa mix. When I was grazing that, not necessarily during the summer, but during the winter when I baled grazed that the year before, we had it was a day, we had a week like, kind of like this week where it just warmed up and we had a bunch of snow, it melted. I mean, them cows were walking in 6 inches of water a lot of times because it was kind of a flat area, not draining, not soaking in because it was frozen. And it really, I was really worried about compaction on it. We had the soil scientists from Rapid City come up, who went out and looked at it, and there was no compaction. It was good. It might be a little rough in places when you drive out there with a tractor because you can still see some of the, feel some of the hoof prints and stuff, but overall there wasn't no compaction. And I do believe this was on the part that I hayed. I think the stuff that I had grazed here with the heifers was actually, I mean, they basically melded all out again, so it was all smooth. So yeah, that's some of the stuff that I've been doing.
Does anyone have one quick question for Ryan, and then we'll have him sit down and we'll bring up Ron? Anyone? Yeah, in the back. When did you intercede that on that?
Yeah,
alfalfa?
it was April. I would say probably about the 10th of April. And we weren't that wet in April or first part of May. So it didn't get I mean, as wet as we were, you think it was just this year is going to be just great, which it was. But it didn't start off real great. And so I think it has the potential to work more than just a year that you get 25 inches of moisture, I think. So.
All right. So next up on our panel, we're going to have Ryan back on there for questions at the end. And as you can see and hear, Ryan's doing some wonderful things out there on his place. And Ron, are you getting hooked up?
Working on it here, Daryl.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, Ron grew up on a farm and a ranch near Belfield, North Dakota. He's a graduate from NDSU, and he's worked various jobs across North Dakota, but he's told me numerous times that working in Burleigh County has been by far his favorite over the years. So he currently is the branch manager for Helena Agri Enterprises in New England. He also farms with his brother Ed, and they utilize a diverse crop rotation and precision ag technology. And again, visiting with Ron, you can always learn a lot. He's got a lot of ideas coming from the industry side, and so that's why we thought we'd bring him in today, and let's hear what we got to say from Ron.
Well, thanks, Daryl. I'm excited to be here, and I would have to agree with you. Probably my most memorable time in the agency was the year I spent in Bismarck. I met a lot of key people that have influenced my life and how I see life, and I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful for the time I got to spend. I was 3 years with the agency, started out in Lisbon, Bismarck, and then to the area office in Jamestown as an agronomist when industry come knocking on my door. I really wasn't planning on leaving the agency. I was pretty content, but I guess there was other opportunities, and I'm grateful I took them too, because it's also helped me understand what's the industry doing. And so today I'm actually wearing two hats, my farmer hat and then my industry hat. And because of that, I get to see things through some different lenses that I wouldn't see them otherwise. And so who is Ron Kessel? This picture was taken 10 years ago, and in the background is the farm that I grew up on. And some of the slides that I'm going to use here today are from that farm. I didn't end up going into production agriculture the traditional way of working with my dad and coming in that way. We had to wait. So my dad farmed with his 3 other brothers, and there was a lot of moving parts in that operation, and we realized this is not going to be good to bring another group of young men in the mix. It's going to be too much chaos. So we had to wait for them to retire. before we started with it. So we went out in the industry and we worked various things. My brother worked in the coal mining industry and is an electrician by trade. So because of that, working in the different industry, I wear all these different hats, and there isn't any of them that are more important than the other, but it gives me the viewpoint to see things in different ways. And that field right there is kind of unique to me too. That was probably taken in about 2012. I'll show you later on, we actually hit a record yield on our farm on that field that I never thought would be possible 20 years ago. So I farm with my brother Ed, and there's an example. We're in western North Dakota, west of Dickinson on I-94, and we call our farm Prairie Gold Farms. He's the main man. We kind of run this on a 1 3/4 man operation. He's full-time there, I'm there quarter-time, my nephews and son help another quarter, and then my dad still gets involved and helps us some too. So kind of scattered out. And then the other hat that's my full-time hat is working for Helena. And Helena is a full-service retailer throughout the U.S., and we have wholesale operations too, but this is in New England, south of Dickinson. And we have 4 salesmen that work out of there, work with a diverse group of people. Young guys coming in to guys that have been in the industry, farming for a long time, to people that are willing to change and people that are not going to change because they don't have to change. And I see that quite often in my role as a manager. But the exciting thing that I think about it is every day, and maybe not quite every day, because I have managerial roles and managing people and different things, but I get to work with soil. And this is the thing that drives me, is this final frontier of understanding soils. We've learned so much on them, and there's so much more to learn. We talk biology and nutrient interactions and cropping systems and what impacts do they have. What am I doing today that's going to impact that thing in 20 years that I'm not even thinking about? This is a picture on our farm. We had some cover crops, and we still got some struggles. That platy soil structure there, I mean, it's just been a struggle to get rid of. I know there's some things we can probably do. Part of it is I'm not quite ready to change yet. But at our branch, and a lot of the Helena branches, one of the first things we talk about and want to understand is what's your soils? What's your cropping system? What's your goals? Barry talked about farm goals. Some guys, I'm just going to get by. I'm going to retire in 5 years, and I'll be done. I've had a guy who's been struggling with some weed resistance, and he's not willing to change, and he said, well, I'm going to be done in 5 years. That was 10 years ago. I said, I think you're going to keep farming as long as you got your health. You got another 10 years in you. But I'm also a history buff. And because of this history thing, I think we need to understand the history of agriculture and where we started at and how we got there. And it was mentioned earlier, it might have been Jimmy talked about civilizations that disappeared. And we don't know why. And a lot of that, we just degrade our soils. And if we look at the history of agriculture, we were nomads. We just kept moving to a new area. And if you look at the U.S., one of the things the U.S. has is virgin soils, relatively young soils. And that's been a key thing, I think, for the security of this country and our success that we've had. With that, we need to understand how we're managing those things. We also need to understand what production practices were done years ago. So this is a picture of that section where that the farm's in the background. Right here is where the farm is, and I'm standing over here on Highway 85, about right up here is where I'm standing on Highway 85. This is in 1969, and this was at a time when the agency and producers were using engineering practices to reduce our erosion and to save our soils. And they were doing the best they knew at that time, but it also led to some things we're fighting today. Barry mentioned salinity earlier. We have a lot of salinity issues on this farm, and part of that is, I think, is because of the years of the fallow and understanding where that showed up and how did that get there. That didn't show up overnight. It took time to get there. It's going to take some time to fix these things too. So one of the things I think is unique is right here at this time, they farmed through that whole thing, but you can see this salinity spot starting to evolve right here. We don't go through any of that. We've seeded this Yes, right here, we've seeded some of that. Well, actually it was in grass when I was a kid. They just quit farming and naturally it took over. So I think it's important, and I can see this in my role as an agronomist. I can see old field lines. I can see things that showed up from 50, 75 years ago. And people will be like, why is that there? There was some sort of a weather event or some sort of erosion that happened that's affecting how that looks today. And a lot of the younger people don't have that knowledge. And I think it's important to understand that. And where does that come from? So how did Prairie Gold Farms get to where we are today? We started farming in 2005. We wanted to farm so bad we were willing to take anything on that we could. The first 143 acres we took on was not a good field. The old timers called it the duck's nest because at times that's where the ducks all sat. But we were determined we were going to farm. And over time, we farmed that for 13 years. We don't farm it anymore. We actually made some very good improvements in that ground, and it's in a perennial system now. And so then in 2006 or 5, my dad and uncles retired. So then we got to 840 acres. We expanded that farm. We're all working off the farm at the time. And I always had a passion for precision ag. I remember seeing it in 1996 in college about precision ag, and I thought, man, this is the future. This is where we're going to go. And at that time, it was only going to be high-value agriculture that was going to use precision ag. And I thought, no, I think there's other opportunities for us. And I think the real value in precision ag is in dryland agriculture. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But anyways, I had this passion. I wanted to do it, so I knew I had to start somehow. So we EC'd a field and soil sampled it to see what was out there. And we did our first variable rate population planting. We didn't know what we were doing, but we had to start somewhere. We had to learn rate controllers. We had to learn how to get things in there. It was a struggle, and it still is a struggle today. I have a full-time precision ag guy at my location, and the reason we have him is so that we can get things implemented in the field. We can get controllers to work. We can get people to be able to load their scripts into it, to be able to apply those variable rate nutrient applications. Our goal wasn't to be a 5,000 acre farm. That wasn't anywhere on our horizon, but that's where it's grown to. And some of that is the opportunities have kind of just come to us. So when I think about that, I think we must be doing some things right. Some people are noticing what's happening out there, and they're bringing us opportunities. The other thing is our whole farm started on rented ground, and the majority of it still is rented ground. And there's people in my customers are like, how can you afford to be in a precision ag program on rented ground? How can you afford to do these soil amendments on rented ground? It's relationships. Barry talked about it earlier. We want good long-term relationships with the landlords because it's a value to everybody that's involved. We utilize a systems approach to managing these resources. We use cultural practices. We use chemistry. That's my job, selling inputs, but it's not the only thing I want to do. I want to understand where them inputs can help me, and also, if I'm going to have an input on it, it's got to make me money. I'm not going to sell somebody something that's not going to be a return or a value to their farm. And then biological. This is a huge piece, and this is where the soil health thing has really helped our farm come around, I believe. And so one of the things that's really been in the last 10 years, and we're really starting to see in the last 5, is Helena's Precision Ag Program of Agri-Intelligence. And what this program is it's a soil management. There's different products underneath it, but it's soil management, it's yield management, it's tissue samples, it's water quality. It's understanding what are those resources out there and where do we have some issues that we can maybe manage them different. I'm not a big fan of composite soil tests. Skewed data. I can't make good information on skewed data. If I'm going to do a composite test, I want it in one spot, and I want to know is it good soil or bad soil, because then I can start to understand some things. If I'm mixing that together, boy, I'm mixing a lot of different things that I've skewed that data. It's better than nothing, and I see a lot of people that do nothing. So we spend a lot of time talking about this program with our growers, and what have we learned? When we first started it in 2013, we weren't looking for low soil pH issues. When I was at NDSU in the mid-90s, we were told 3 things. You're never going to have to worry about soil pH west of the Mississippi. It's not going to be an issue. You're not going to have acidic soils out there. Potassium is never going to be an issue because you have plenty of it in your soil. And micronutrients don't pay on cereal grains. And we've done some different things that I feel we're getting value out of it, and we're seeing it with our customer base. We've got customers that tell us, your programs are working. We're seeing some benefits to them. So the other thing is this salinity that was mentioned. And this is the south half of that section. And the farm is back up over here, but here's where that saline area is. I didn't realize how much saline we had that was truly impacting. That's not visible saline, but it's impacting things. And that's naturally in those soils. There's nothing we can do about them other than watch how we manage those soils. Keeping something growing on them, live roots and cover crops are key parts of that. And we've struggled with the cover crop thing. Our place where we found cover crops to work for us is behind the peas and lentils. Have the tractor and drill ready in the field when the combine pulls out. Get that thing going right away. We need as much time as we can. Not had a lot of good luck in cereal grains. But one thing we do on our farm that works for us is if we're going to do some weed control and manage the kochia and different things, I want to get in and get that burnt down right away, right after the combine gets out so I can manage the seed population. And I think back to why did we use tillage back in the day? It was so we could get equipment in the ground to seed and so we could manage some weed populations. When we started using chemistry, all of a sudden we didn't need those tools anymore and we could go direct seeding. And then I don't worry about what comes afterwards. Anything that grows is not going to be a weed issue. And the whole adage of, well, you have a red combine or a green combine. Geez, how much grain did you throw over? Man, you guys did a poor job combining. I heard it from my uncles this fall when they were hunting. Boy, you guys left a lot of weed out there. I don't get too worried if I'm throwing a little bit of grain out the back and I can get that rain. Now I got my cover crop started. Yeah, it's not a diverse cover crop, but I've got something green growing out there. Improving nitrogen use efficiency. So this is the field I was mentioning earlier, and we're using variable rate applications of nitrogen and phosphorus across our fields. And then we're also managing pH in spots where we need to. We're putting lime out there. And that lime is really making a difference where we have acidic soils. And we're not necessarily putting out the rates that are recommended. We're doing it in a fiscally responsible manner, but it is making a difference. We might not be seeing it in the soil sample data, but it's making a difference in the production. So if you look at this field here, it averaged 69 bushel, and the PI on that soil is a 45. It's not great soils we farm. We farm a lot of 3s and 5s and 4 class soils. And on an average, we put out 77 pounds of N per acre on that. When I was building this script, I'm like, gosh, we were dry when we were doing this. I know I need to have some N, but I'm not going to push it hard. I wasn't pushing for a yield goal of 69 bushel. 50 was what the yield goal was. Now we did some split applied nitrogen. We didn't stream bar it on. We foliar fed some things. And the quality on this grain, you would think, man, if they took that kind of yield off, they can't have very good quality. It's 13 to 14.2 protein wheat. Quality on it's good enough. I don't need to have 15, 16 protein wheat. I need as many bushels of 14 protein as I can because that's what the markets want. And that's where I can manage my risk when I start talking about crop insurance and RMA. It helps me manage those resources. So phosphorus, same thing. We're not trying to put out as much phos as what the agronomy textbooks tell us to put out there. And I'm trying to understand our phos levels are actually increasing. And this has never had much manure applied to this because it's too far from the farm to have manure applied. But our phos levels are coming out, and we're not heavy phos users. 30 to 50 pounds of MAP a year. I shouldn't say. There's times we've put up to 70 because 5 years ago I was a believer we need more phosphorus out there. We ain't getting enough phos. We need more phos. Now I'm changing my tune as I'm seeing what's happening in some of these fields, and we are actually backing off some of these rates within our customer base. And so if you look at this phosphorus level over 10 years, and that's what I like about these programs. I can see where I'm going. If I have a soils map and good data, I can see what's working, what isn't working. Our phos levels really aren't decreasing a little bit. And when they're that high in my mind, I've got plenty of phos out there. I don't need to be adding more. I got to figure out how to make it more available. So one of the things we talk a lot within Helena with our customers is, will your fertilizer program minimize your losses or maximize your profits? That's for every producer. Every farm's different. Everybody's goals are different. There's no cookie cutter approach to this thing. And that's how we look at it there. We want to tailor programs that work for that operation. Barry mentioned the 4 R's, or I think it was Barry that mentioned them in there. And, you know, right rate, right form, right placement, right timing. That's mainly for soil applied nutrition is where a lot of people think about when they think of the 4 R's, but I think about it too as the right biology. What can I do to improve the uptake in that thing? If I have nutrition in the soil, am I getting it into the plant when I need it? And we've spent a lot of time doing tissue samples and realized there's times we're just deficient on certain nutrients. We can't get them in there. That's probably okay. It's okay to be deficient in some things once in a while. And foliar nutrition can be something that can help us. I talked about low pH. We also have high pH that can affect how nutrition gets into the plant. We started tailor making foliar nutrition blends based on the data for specific things. Are you short boron? Are you short copper? And it doesn't take much foliar nutrition to address some issues. And I can do it fiscally responsible. So one of the things at Helena, we ask our customers to do hard things. Boy, when we start bringing some of these programs and talking to them about it, there's guys that glass over and there's guys that get excited about it. And change is difficult. And the older I get, the less change I want. We're here to help them through those things. But even with that being said, we still have a lot of resource concerns. Even with all the resource knowledge that's out there and how to do these things, we have these concerns yet. And I see the bigger concern is people just want to stick their head in the sand. They don't want to admit they have a problem. They don't want to admit that this is an issue. I don't have to change and I'm not going to change. I think about why people have changed over the years. It wasn't because they really wanted to. They probably didn't have an option. You think the old homesteaders wanted to go out and chop firewood and call water and everything? It was a matter of survivability. They had to do those things if they were going to survive. Anymore, we don't have to do hard things because we're in pretty good shape financially and with the resources we have there. So what do I see out there in the industry wearing my industry hat? Glyphosate, weed resistance, and just weed resistance in general. Weeds are getting harder to control. We need to go back to some cultural practices, and fire was mentioned earlier. Brian mentioned fire. I've seen fire on fields that it's amazing what it does to change that and have some diversity in there. And I've seen to where, I mean, lower disturbances is the goal of soil health principles, but I've got some guys that don't have enough diversity in the system. We're getting to where we can't grow anything because the pH is so low on it. Some tillage it has some value. At least we're putting cover back on the ground. I don't like it, but it's better than letting the wind blow that soil away. And the other thing is Mother Nature always finds a way. 10, 20 years ago, I sat in these meetings with Monsanto. We're never going to have resistance. Cannot happen to Roundup. It is not going to be the case. We all know that isn't the truth today. This one here was for Barry. Last night we were talking about dicamba and old chemistries, and that's kind of where we're going back to weed control, and he was talking about the volatility. And the interesting I think about that is I see a lot of poor pesticide stewardship, and people don't want to hear that, and the industry doesn't want to hear that, but there's producers and retailers that both have ownership on this thing about trying to do a better job. And I'm concerned about it, and I honestly think EPA has been very friendly to the producer. When you start looking at the issues that are out there and they throw EPA under the bus, they've probably been protecting us on some things that we need to change before it gets worse. These water quality issues that we're experiencing are going to get to be bigger. They're not getting to be less, and we have the opportunity to address those ourselves. Endangered species. That's going to be a big one, and that's been on the books for a while. It just hasn't been enforced, and now EPA is getting sued to enforce those things. What does that mean? My brother and I used a CSP contract to buy our first disc drill, and one of the things we did was we bundled that. It was mentioned earlier about getting enough points. Well, I knew enough in the agency if I was going to get funded, I needed to do everything I could to get the points. So they had these bundles in there. And one of the bundles was seed and buffer strips. I didn't want to seed buffer strips. That's not what I want. I want to tailor this to myself. To get funded, I had to seed the buffer strip, and it's one of the best things that ever happened to our farm, because now I'm like, oh, we need more buffer strips. I see that within the industry. We get called to do spray jobs, and I'm like, are you kidding me? We are not 25 feet off the Cannonball River, and we're going to make a pesticide application and not expect it to end up where it shouldn't? I got some heartburn on that. That's another topic. Low soil pH. This was something that we discovered in 2015. We had a producer when I first started working in New England says either we get this addressed or I'm going to just start seeding more of this stuff to grass. I can't be financially viable anymore. We had pHs in the 4s. We could not grow things. Guys trying to grow durum in a 4 pH, it just doesn't work. So you can see that's where a badger dug a hole, and we brought that calcium from down below up there. And when you start talking weed issues and crop competition, 60 to 70% of our weed control is crop competition. I think that's why cover crops work so good. We got crop competition. Barry mentioned it about shading that row, going back to narrower row spacings. The industry with direct seeding got away, and no-till got away from narrow row spacings. We went to wide so we can get residue to flow through, and we didn't even understand what we were doing. We were just making the equipment work. On canola, when we first got there, we heard a lot, oh, the neighbor's drifting on my canola. I've got all kinds of drift or chemical carryover. That cupping is not chemical carryover. That's magnesium toxicity because of canola grown in low soil pHs. When you manage the pH, we can alleviate that. Canola will eventually grow through it if you can keep it healthy enough to grow through the zone. But you have to be able to keep that healthy enough to get to that point. Sunflower effects. That's clopyralid carryover on sunflowers. And it's because the clopyralid will not break down in a low soil pH environment. And it's a big concern. You look at what's open there for soil. We talk soil health. There's no cover on that ground. There's very little residue. It's not very good. For the resource, weed species shifts. When I was in college, barnyard grass is what grew off by the barn where the extra water was. Not anymore. We have barnyard grass on hilltops. We have barnyard grass on sandy soils. We have barnyard grass, green foxtail, yellow foxtail, wild oats all over. And Barry mentioned about treating the symptom and not the problem. We just want to put more chemistry on it. We don't want to treat the problem. The problem is I have no crop competition, and Mother Nature's going to find a way to cover that ground and protect it, and those weeds are what it's going to use to cover that ground. I still see too much erosion out there, and I mean, I got to be careful because it can happen easy. Weather events can change, and you can have some things that are out of your control. Jimmy experienced it with his family. I've experienced it with my family. I just experienced it last year in Adams County. I made a recommendation that I had one weather event that was horrible, and we had a half section blowing for probably about 6 weeks before we finally got it to quit. It shouldn't have happened to Ron Kessel. That should have never been. He's got all these resources. He should know better, but it happens. It can happen to any of us. We still see this. Residue management with tillage, there's a lot of that's happened yet. It's almost like recreational tillage has come back, but tillage can also be a tool in certain situations. See a lot of residue being removed from fields, and people don't understand the impacts that has. This is one I got a little bit of heartburn. This isn't to poke holes at anybody because it's difficult. It's difficult to administer programs to large groups of people. There's going to be groups of people that are going to take advantage of it, and there's nothing you can do. But as I've asked some guys, well, why'd you sign up for that program? What's your goal in that? Well, it was extra revenue, and I just thought it would be a good thing. They really didn't do it for the right reason. And as a taxpayer, if I didn't know what I know, I'd have a little bit of a burr on my side, and you hear of all this funding that's coming. What if the federal government got out of agriculture and didn't provide any of that funding? How would we stand on our own? That's how I look at it. I want my farm to stand on its own. I don't want anybody else's help. And then are we truly addressing those? It was interesting when Barry talked about nutrient stratification. This is something that I've got a concern about, and I want to understand it because I'm seeing some phosphorus issues even in areas that probably shouldn't see phosphorus issues. It's just telling me it's something we got to watch. So with that, I want to thank you for your time.
We have time for one question for Ron, too, before we set him back down. Somebody's got something for him? Who?
Right over here,
Oh.
Daryl.
North of Belfield used to be strong cattle country at one time. I didn't see any cattle aftermath grazing on any of your property. I was curious.
I'm glad you called me out on that. I grew up with cows. I love farming, but I hated cows. Guess what I had to do when I got home off the bus? Take care of the cows. And so it's a personal thing, but I look at our operation, and my brother and I have talked about it. We could probably run 20 head of cows with no cost, really. And part of it comes down to management and workload, and we're limited on labor already. But I am excited, and so we've tried to work with some neighbors on some aftermath grazing. If they don't have the same mindset on conservation that I have, they look at my aftermath grazing as cheap grazing, and I can't get them to get their cows off. And I struggle with it. It costs us money and on the resource when they're not willing to do that, and I'm not going to go haul their cows off. So I'm excited when Jimmy talked about the virtual fencing, because I've been hearing some different things. We talked about it a little bit in the podcast when we were together that time. And I'm like, maybe I can find somebody. Most of our fences they're kind of shot. And I'm not going to go fix fence so someone can graze cows. I feel that's their deal. I would probably, if I know the value of it and what it can bring. There's times when we've done that. If I have a cob drop on my corn and I don't have to put a chemistry, I don't have to put clethodim on it. Typically them cows will pick up enough of that corn and utilize that. I don't have to spray for volunteer corn in that crop the next year. If I don't, I have to spray for it. Depends on the weather, but normally we're spraying for it. I didn't mention what our rotation is. It's a fairly diverse rotation, and it's nothing that's set in stone. It varies by the markets a little bit, but also by just what works for residue management, what works for workflow management. So we're spring wheat. We've raised winter wheat. It's not always every year we have that. Depends on the weather. Malt barley, peas. Sometimes lentils are in there. Depends on the market. Sunflowers and corn. So I'm hitting all four categories: cool season, warm season. Sometimes I'll stack them. I've found some extra value for us having corn long-term in a rotation kind of stacked. We were doing that for crop insurance reasons is what we were doing it for. We weren't doing it for the soil health, but we realized, hey, that's got some pretty good soil health benefits stacking that corn together. Cover crops, I'd like to do more of them, but it comes down to being able to get that. We're on a 12 to 16 inch moisture. If I got moisture, it works, but there's times I don't. One year we had to terminate some cover crop because the millet was going to go to seed. It hadn't froze until, I think it was end of October before we finally got a killing frost, and I was just about ready to go spray it out because I didn't want that millet to go to seed. And I'm kind of an anti-weed guy. I guess that's the way I was raised, and I got to probably change my attitude a little bit. Our fields are clean, and if I'm going to sell inputs, I got to have clean fields. But I don't use as much chemistry as some of my counterparts do. And what I see with certain ones of our customers, we are throwing, as an industry, we are putting so much chemistry out into the environment to manage these resistant weeds. And some of this we could do through cultural practices, but people don't want to change. I want 2 rotations, canola and wheat, and I want to be done combining so that I don't have to fight the snow. I don't have to fight any weather conditions. Corn's too much volume. I'm not going to sit in line to haul the corn, and we all got different excuses for how we want to manage these. So just some of the things that I've run into.
All right, thanks, Ron. So next up, we're going to bring Kelly and Deanna Lazinski up. And Kelly and Deanna, are a husband and wife team working to help their 4th generation farm thrive. They believe in ensuring the health of our soil is at the very heart of every decision they make on their regenerative farm. Their soil health is reliant upon a rich blend of biodiversity in their farming practices. Regenerative farming is a broad spectrum term which are the practices they incorporate on their farm. So again, Kelly and Deanna are no stranger to Burleigh County. We've had some things done. Our group actually went up and toured their farm. They were kind enough to let the Association of Soil Conservation Districts view what they're doing up there, and they're really doing a lot of great things when it comes to actual food production, and they really tell a great story. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kelly and Deanna.
So we have, is this yours? One, you want to pass it to him? One mic, so lucky you, he has to say nothing.
You do most of the talking anyways there, Deanna.
Yeah. I would do less talking if he listened more. That's the truth.
My mic doesn't seem as loud as yours does.
So thank you so much for having us here and bringing us all together. So thank you to the powers of that brought us here. We are excited to be here with you today. We've had a really great day of listening to some really great talk. So we thank you for that. As Daryl said, I'm Deanna.
I'm Kelly.
I've been struggling a little bit with how to put this together for today. So I want to start off by saying that we grow food, right? Daryl mentioned it earlier when he was talking about Minokan corn. We weren't always growing food. We grew commodities for a lot of years. And today's presentation is about how our farm shifted the perspective and the practices from growing commodities to growing food. And it's really kind of a simple story, and it's what I'm referring to as the power of one, right? One farmer, my farmer, decided that he was going to stop participating in the high prices of the leased land that we were farming. 7,500 acres, 100% rented. It spanned 50 miles from one end to another. He was tired of the rising costs of N, P, K, sulfur, zinc, that all were being variable rated on our farm. He was tired of those inconsistencies in prices, tired of using insecticides, tired of using fungicide. And in 2013, we started a family. We had our first child in 2013, and that's when everything started to change. And where the power of one comes into play in our farm and how it transitioned from a very conventional, high input, high yield farming system into where it is today. So during this time, there was just so much pass-through cash, right? All the money that came through our farm went to pay input suppliers, went to pay equipment prices, went to pay our landlords. That no matter how long we farmed, Kelly farmed a lot of those acres for 20 years, they always wanted more. And in 2013, he decided he was going to stop. He wasn't going to pay any more for ground that wasn't worth it. So now I'll give you a chance to talk.
So we right-sized our farm. So she mentioned we were doing about 7,500 acres back then, 100% rented. We're now doing about 2,200 cropland acres, 80% owned. So we totally switched that cycle, and we did that by following the principles
to manage for health, for soil health. You know, that's what did it for our farm. You know, we follow this model, we minimize our disturbance, we maximize our biodiversity, maximize our soil cover, maximize our living roots. You know, we follow these principles and we turn that farm around from a high input to a low input system. To do that, I decided we were going to set ourselves up on a program to reduce our fertilizers by 20% per year over the course of 5 years until they were gone off our farm. We eliminated our insecticide the first year, we eliminated our fungicides the first year, cold turkey. We stopped purchasing our GMO crops so we could save seed, reduce costs that way, reduce our chemical inputs. We also increased our low input crops, and we've now been fertilizer free since 2019. So 13 years now, high inputs, 13 years on the regenerative path. So we've got about 26 years of experience no-tilling.
And thank you for some of the people in this room and in this state that helped develop these principles. Because if it weren't for those, it might have been a really hard road to get off the hamster wheel. So we're grateful for that. A lot of teachers along the way. Some of them are in this room, and some of them aren't. So we're grateful for that. I can't minimize the importance of the soil as a teacher here. We've learned a lot. We're learning a lot every year. Oops, sorry.
I think you missed one.
Oh yeah, I went back. And some of these teachers we've come to Minokan Farm to learn from and visit with, and some of them are more famous than others.
And this is not something you do alone. Each one of these people contributed one piece to the puzzle. Like, you might not always agree with everything they have to say, but there's something you can take from each one of these different people. Different perspectives, different views, different inputs. You take all of those pieces to the puzzle and you put that all together and make it work on your context, right? No matter your scale.
Oh, you can do this one.
All right, so this was our first year being fertilizer free, right? Fertilizers were gone off our farm. Now what do? We discovered this work of Dr. James White, this rhizophagy cycle. It seemed like this crazy process where plants were consuming microbes, right? So that was just bizarre at that time because our plants were consuming whatever the soil test told us they needed, right, prior to this model being displayed for us. But it was just this concept of the plant consuming microbes, putting them back out into our environment, letting them rebuild themselves, consuming them again, and doing that over and over and over again. That kind of set us down this rabbit hole. So then we went on this mission. How can we increase microbial life in our soil? How can we do this faster? How can we speed this process up? If this is true, the scientific evidence shows this under a microscope. So this isn't a witch hunt. This is proven. How can we increase that biology in that soil faster? Because I'm pretty impatient. Like, I want things done like now. So we went on a mission to increase biology in our soils.
And just to add to that, more biology, more microorganisms in our soil fixes a lot of problems. We want aggregate stability. We need more biology. We want water infiltration. We need better biology. We want to keep the fertilizer where we put it and out of the water that's becoming a huge problem. We need to have better biology in those soils.
You want to solubilize phosphorus in your soils? Need more biology. You want to manage your pH? More biology. They'll do a lot of that stuff for us.
So like he said, in 2019, when he decided that in order to stay fertilizer free, we were going to have to make sure we had a diverse microbiome living in our soils on our farm. We looked at a lot, he looked at a lot of things. He looked at Johnson Sioux bioreactors, he looked at static composting, he looked at bugs in a jug. We looked at a lot of different options. All of them have merit. All of them can work. They didn't work for us in our system where we are the above ground workforce. It's just the two of us on farm, and to be fair, Kelly does a majority of the work in the field. So all of those things became too complicated or required some sort of PhD level of knowledge that I didn't have, and it required active participation from both of us, a willingness for both of us to work together to make this system work. And so every time he brought something new to me, I just said no. I can't do that. We're not doing that. Back to the drawing board he went. And for one winter, he spent researching, studying, connecting dots between Elaine Ingham's work, Korean natural farming, and trying to figure out a way to bring native biology back into our soil systems that probably was there, that we had farmed out through years of commercial fertilizer and just the common farming practices. And what he came up with was IMOS.
Yeah, it was just a system where we were brewing up biology from our native soils and our native lands within our bioregion. Right, we're just restoring what was once there. It was more of a shotgun approach to put high numbers of what was once there back onto our agricultural land. In a nutshell, we distributed that out on seed because we had equipment to put seed in the ground. Everybody's got equipment to put seed in the ground, so we use seed as a carrier. We did that for 6 years.
6 years.
I think 6 years of kind of pumping aerobic organisms out there as much as we could on cover crops, on cash crops, whenever the seed was going in the ground. We were doing that, so.
And we had a really great opportunity to bring that to David Brandt's farm in Ohio. And that picture there is of him and Kelly, and they are brewing David's native biology into a IMOS solution, which was a pretty spectacular event for us. This is why it matters, right? So I talked about how we didn't always grow food, and we didn't. Until one day, I read an online ad for a man, this man in the picture. His name is Rick. He was looking for desiccant-free wheat berries. How many of you know what a wheat berry is? Okay. Well, in 2021, I didn't know what the heck a wheat berry was, so I Googled it and found out it's just the grain. It's just the seed. He was looking for desiccant-free. I called him up and I said, "You're looking for desiccant-free wheat berries?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "What are you doing with this?" And he said, "I'm going to mill it into flour." I said, "Where?" And he said, "At home." And I said, "People are milling flour at home?" And he said, "Yeah, people are milling flour at home." I was like, "Oh." And he said, "You don't eat your own wheat?" And I said, "No, we don't. But it sounds like you will." And so that very night I called Kelly and I said, "I need you to bring me 2 5-gallon buckets of seed." At that time he was cleaning all of our own seed. And then I spent the next 6 hours picking through it. Because seed grade wheat berries are not the same as food grade wheat berries. They don't want to see grasshopper heads or chaff or
Bees' wings or anything like
There's
that.
none of that. None of that when we're growing food. So he was my very first customer, and he changed, one man changed my perspective of growing food. And from that time, we have been eating the wheat that we grow. How many of you are wheat growers? How many of you are eating your own wheat? You're a step ahead of where I was.
But one man asked the right question, and it launched us into starting a food company. Right? You've seen all those individuals in the beginning, they all asked me the right questions on soil health. So it's just the power of one person, what one person can do.
And this is why it matters, right? Somebody asked a question earlier about nutrient density. And are we going to measure that? We're starting to measure that. So when we've made a lot of mistakes in the last 5 years. One of them was starting the food company. The truth is, it became a passion project for me, so we could see where our food was ending up. Because I promise you, if more farmers put the food they were growing on their plate, it would change the way they grow it.
But I want you to look at it'd be your right, or the left side of that slide there.
Ooh, not that way.
No, don't zoom in, just leave it alone. You didn't have it messed up.
It's fine.
But on the left side of there, you know, I mentioned we were following the soil health principles, right? So there's some proof on the left side there. That is the outcomes of simply reducing the oxidative stress on our environment, right? So if you generalize that and look at that, what we're doing by following those principles is reducing the oxidative stress in our environment. We now produce, the outcome from our environment is food. Okay, if you look at those charts, those foods are high in antioxidants. If we translate that into food, that means those are anti-inflammatory. So we now have food that fights inflammation versus food that causes inflammation once we reduce the oxidative stress in our environment. You see how all that kind of ties together, and we can present an outcome. And the outcome is healthier food.
Well, it's one of the outcomes.
One of the outcomes. And there's many, too much to put into this.
Well, one of the outcomes of our farming system, right?
But those were a couple that showed up in our samples that we just submitted that weren't in the controls.
So these bar graphs, we had done nutrient profiling, the same nutrient panel that you read on the back of every package at the grocery store. We had done specific nutrient profiling through a food lab on 17 of our products, including pasta and flaked barley for breakfast. We had done all of those nutrient panels that were specific to the grains and the flours we were producing. So we knew from a nutritional panel standpoint what was there. The new testing that we're into dives way deeper, and we've actually gotten some experts on board to help us decipher some of it because it's a lot of data. So these 2 points that I pulled out, one of them is on the still bins. And anthocyanins. Like he said, those are 2 of our wheats. And these 2 antioxidants are present in our wheats and not present in the conventional wheat or the regenerative wheat, which also includes organic. That to us is a pretty big win, and we feel like we're on the right track. So as an outcome for the food, this is the proof, right? Nutrient profiling is the proof. Nutrient density is our proof. That's not the finish line, right? We've seen our water quality of our farm improve. So now we farm 2,200 acres. We've downsized a lot, and we're in a 2-mile radius. We manage 600 acres of native wildlife habitat and water. So what ends up in the water matters to us. Our kids swim in that water. So it becomes pretty important to us that what we do in our fields on our farm doesn't end up in the food, doesn't end up in the water, and doesn't end up in the air. And we are firm believers that soil biology is the reason for that and how we can get there. And so those are just some of the...
So what's next? Daryl and Jay, aren't those goat coats just cute? Aren't they? That's cute.
So, right, the fifth soil health principle is what? Livestock integration. And for years, I have been saying that we have livestock, they just all live below ground, and that I never have to use a fence, like move a fence for them, and I get a big eye roll from all the livestock producers. So what exactly does animal integration look like?
So the two in the middle there, that's Helen and Patty. Helen and Patty are our new input suppliers, right? What if I told you that these two goats, Helen and Patty, were going to have animal impact on 2,200 acres in a single growing season?
How can we do it?
How can we do that? What if I told you that Helen and Patty were going to help make glyphosate disappear? Right? How are we going to do that? Two animals. That's where we're going. That's what's next. Here come the bioferments. Right? So you all heard the Don Huber story. They accidentally spilt some sauerkraut juice in a field, and all of a sudden they found out the glyphosate residue disappeared, right? Just really reduced fast. And that's all from a lactoferment. These are all lactoferments. These all come from milk from those animals. We had a raw dairy. She had excess milk. Young family, young gal, supplying our family with milk. It was the only milk my son could drink. For some reason, some of her customers thought it was more convenient to pick up in store, buy some commercial stuff during a busy time of year. She has excess milk, right? She's a beginning farmer. I know if she has excess milk, she starts dumping that, she's not going to do this very long, right? And that's our milk source for our family. So I committed to buy all of her extra milk, so she was sold out at every milking. And I've been fermenting that milk now for this past winter to use as a crop input on our farm, on our seed, and as foliar applications on our farm to facilitate the herbicide breakdown in our soil faster. Right? These are those ferments, those fermenting organisms that are going to break those down, especially those glyphosates, break them down into a phosphate source that can be used by the plants. They're going to create the enzymes to protect those organisms that do that. We ended up with an excess amount of curd coming off of this. We only have so many livestock, so we started selling the curd to our chicken producers that buy our grain. Turns out it's really good for their eggs. Their egg production went up. It's a probiotic, full of all kinds of beneficial bacteria. All of this stuff here is probiotics. These are all beneficial microbes that are going to support health and prevent disease. Turns out the guy that I was selling the grain and the curd to also sells his eggs back to the gal we bought the milk from. So
that she sells in her farm store.
She sells his eggs in her farm store. So all in all, a couple animals made a health impact around the whole community, and we kept that in a pretty tight circle. But we will have, I figured it out. Now, I'm not a livestock guy, so I figured it out. If we put this on every seed per acre, we should have a stocking rate of approximately 1,250,000 cows per acre this spring, right? If we got that on every seed. So that's our animal impact on our farm. I don't know if any of you can touch that by grazing, but that's where we're at. So not going into too much details there, but that's all natural ingredients made from stuff right on our farm, borrowing local biology and brewing all that up this winter. Going into these ferments was nice because we could use our time this winter to make shelf-stable products that don't require refrigeration. So probiotic products that we can use this next spring on the shelf ready to go. So that stuff's sitting in our farm shop right now, ready to go. We can just go in, pull a jug, and use it if needed. So we'd use this to promote health, not it'd be the opposite of a fungicide where we're fighting disease. This is going to be to promote the beneficials to prevent the disease, right? It's a different way of looking at things. But that stuff's shelf stable, and it'll it'll keep without refrigeration. We're storing it in 2.5 gallon jugs just because that's easily recognizable. That's easily what we're set up to use on the farm. You know, all of our chemicals and stuff come in 2.5s, so we put that up in something that's easy. Using 5 gallon buckets for equipment because everybody's used to using 5 gallon buckets and has that stuff around. But that's where we're going, right? Because there's no finish line. It's what's next. How much further can we go? You know, can we degrade those faster? Can we clean that up faster? You know, it's what's next, and that's what keeps us going.
And for the regeneration of our farm to have a lasting impact, it has to spread out beyond our farm. And the best way we can do that is through food. So whether that's the bioferments that are leaving the farm, or whether that's the grain, or the stone milled flour, or the pasta, or the flake barley, that's how we want to have the regeneration of our farm spread out and through the community. So yeah, this is my information. You won't find him on social media because he's too busy doing bioferments.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for having us. We're excited to be here. Thanks again.
We'll take a few questions for any of our panelists. I can give you a quick review of kind of what they said if you like. If not, we can go right into the questions for them. As you can see, each one of them is doing something very unique and interesting. Any questions for the participants? Yes. How are you applying the fermented milk would be the question in a short take.
There's going to be some used on seed as seed applied, and then there'll be some used on foliar applications, early vegetation, and post-herbicide application. This would be our time to use.
Any questions for the group? Yes.
Well, I've used about every lime I can find. And when I say that, Sydney Sugars isn't very far. Sydney, Montana, there's a sugar beet plant there. And any of these sugar beet plants have lime sources that they're looking to manage, is the way I'll say it. So that's where we started with. And so when we first started across this pH thing, there was very little equipment, very little information, and I got online, my brother and I did. I said, I think this is the right thing to do. When we first started, we were doing pelletized lime, comes out of Iowa, and there's other sources since then that we've run into or I've run across, and so that's what we've used all of them. And they're working on a pelletized sugar beet lime coming out of Crookston, Minnesota. It's got some soil biology that they're realizing with it and different things that's kind of unique that I thought. These other sources are limestone that's mined, ground to a specific micron level, and then apply it out that way. Yeah, if you talk traditional agronomy, they talk you need tons of lime. And if you want to get into the carbon footprint and different things and how you're doing this, you end up burning a lot of diesel and energy to address those things. I've had discussions within our company. I'm like, maybe we got traditional agronomy wrong. I mean, that's opening up a can of worms in my industry to say that. And they're like, what do you mean? And I said, maybe we just need to know we have an issue and we try and figure out how to address it. And we might not see it change on the soil samples. We might not see it change significantly, but do we see it in grain quality, and do we see it in better crop competition, reduced other inputs that we're putting out there? I mean, we're doing some in-furrow type treatments to where we're down to 100 pounds. And we're putting some other biologicals in there to help address that, and it's working, it's helping. It's keeping you fiscally responsible.
Questions? I have one for Ryan. You're targeted for high-intensity grazing. My question is that a once or a twice over or a once and a half when you go across your property, or where are you sitting with that, Ryan?
It's only once. I only do everything once. I've tried a twice over system before. I didn't like it for lots of different reasons, spot grazing and stuff. Didn't see, I mean, how do you train a cow to eat just a third of the plant?
No, I got you.
If somebody can tell me, I mean, so I just do it once through. I wouldn't say if I would ever do something twice, it would be in a dormant season, grazing. But during a growing season, it's definitely just once through. And then, two, I want to make sure that the plant has recovered good enough before I ever come back. So.
Okay, that's kind of where I thought you were, but I wanted to verify that. I have another question for you, Ryan. Again, interseeding into that alfalfa, did you spray that or set it back anyway when you did that, or you just seeded right into it?
I just seeded right into it. Like I said, it was probably around the 1st of April, so I mean the alfalfa wasn't growing too much. I can't remember. I mean, it might have just been budding out, but there was enough bare ground in there that I thought I could get some good. I mean, thought it'd be plenty of open ground to be able to get it established, and which it did.
Yes, 2 questions here. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's more to optimal for my timing for work. Like I would probably try to do it 3 days if I could do it. I've never really figured out as far as bill space per head and stuff. I mean, there's just plenty of. The way I normally figured out, like our cow herd would need 8 bales a day, so then I just put out. What is it? Can't do the math quickly in my mind. 45 days of bales or 50, whatever. Usually 42 bales is what I put out. It's a lot of different quality hay too. Like this year I had millet in there. I had the stuff that I had done the interseeding in. I have some old grass hay, almost CRP. I mean, so they don't eat it all right. I mean, they go after the good stuff first and then kind of spread out too. And I haven't really seen where there's been an issue where the cows are pushing other cows out. I mean, everybody is in good shape, good condition. We have actually, I still have my replacement heifers still on the cows too, and they're still, I mean, they still look in good shape. So yeah, it's kind of working.
A question here.
So there's a big difference there. The IMO, those are that's an aerobic solution. So those are active aerobic microbes. Those primarily we were applying on seed, using that as a carrier. The fermented products, those are all going to be anaerobes. Those are all beneficial anaerobic organisms, and we're also going to distribute those on seed as well. Just seed's a great carrier. Because everyone in this country is set up to carry seed, right? So when we're putting seed out there, that would be a very good opportunity to put some biology out there. And then the ferments, we're going to come in early vegetative growth, and then probably post herbicide application. If we have to use a herbicide for a weed control problem, we're going to do that, and then come in with one of these lactoferments. So it's just going to boost those probiotics or those beneficial microorganisms in the soil. Now, long-term no-tillers following the soil health principles already have a lot of those degraders at work in their soils. That's why herbicides will degrade faster in a soil that's been doing this for a long time, right? The degradation process is going to be sped up because they're starting to produce a lot of these things. This is just something to accelerate that process. So someone new into this can get there faster, right? So we're just doing that to show that that can be done faster, you know, for everybody. But that's primarily where it's going to be used. Liquid. Yep, active aerobic solution brewed in those brewers. Yep.
Yes, Phil, go ahead.
Yeah, so the question is, are we looking at, so we're looking at nutrient density in our most recent tests. Are we looking at nutrient availability? Nobody's doing that yet, right? The idea is, and this is, common sense would say, if those nutrients are readily available to our plants through soil biology, then the grain that we're producing would also have the same endophytes and those nutrients be available to our bodies and to the animals that are eating those grains, right? We know that not all of our grain goes to feed humans, right? A lot of the grain that we grow goes to feed animals. And so we want to make sure that the nutrients are available. Nobody's really testing that far. So yeah, it's on the horizon.
Other questions for the group? Yes, go ahead. I can repeat the question for you. Just go ahead. His head is spinning.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
my God, the goats. Especially ones with coats on.
food.
Deanna, will you want to handle that one?
No.
I'm waiting in the background if you need some help, kind of
It's
like
a
the technology
tangled web.
people.
The motivation initially to go down regenerative path was so that he could have more time with us as a family, right? Number one, more time with us as a family. And to do that, he thought he had to farm less acres. And to farm less, he needed to figure out how he could spend less. The financial piece falls into place when we put soil health first. And I think that when we put soil health first, return on investment is easier. So we were farming 7,500 acres, 100% rented. And in 10 years, that turned into farming 2,200 acres with 600 acres of native wildlife and water and being 80% owned. That proves that soil health pays. All we did was focus on the soil. It's a lot of work.
A lot of that did just come to fruition simply by reducing the things we were doing, right? We were doing a lot more things more intentionally that were causing a lot of the issues. You know, so we're no longer chasing diseases and nutrient deficiencies. And I mean, in the beginning, it was intensive. She was tissue testing once a week. You know, we were soil testing every year. You know, different zones. I mean, it was pretty intensive, and there was always problems. So we were always trying to intervene. You know, but we weren't letting our environment, giving them the time to fix the things. You know, we were trying to jumpstart it and get there faster. So I mean, the workload did go down. The money went up. We started a food company, so then the workload went, you know, a different direction there. But none of that would have happened had we not, you know, invested in soil health. We wouldn't have had the funds to invest into the food company and get that up and off the ground. So we wouldn't have been able to do that on our current trajectory where we were on the conventional model. It simply wouldn't have happened.
One more. Go ahead, Jay.
Just to follow up on that, I think another item that comes into play on this is, does it fulfill you? I think when you find that, I don't know if it makes too much difference on the work. Does
Right.
it fulfill you?
Right. And I mean, we get, you know, time and time again, young people, families coming in that say that they can't eat wheat and they can eat our wheat. And you hear those stories. And a lot of times it's the same story over and over and over again. But it doesn't get old hearing those stories. You know, when we're just putting that grain on a train, shipping it to China, there is no story. You know, there's no emotional connection to that grain, that food. You know, but hearing these stories from these consumers are saying that they haven't ate wheat in 15 years and now they can enjoy a piece of bread. You know, that's what keeps us going now. And that's what keeps us investing in Guardian Grains, is those stories that keep happening over and over and over again. And that is very fulfilling work. I will tell you that.
Anything else for the group? Ron, you want to?
I can't sit on it.
No, go ahead.
No, I want to add something because agriculture's turned into big business, and the input supply side has turned into big business. And I often wonder, I'm like, how did we get here? How did we end up from where we were family-run operations? And when you start looking at those operations and what that did for quality of life, and I think back to the things we did when we were kids, we don't do that now. And it comes down to personal choice. I mentioned we didn't plan on our farm getting to 5,000 acres. There's a lot of times I'm like, I think we're too big now for 5,000 acres. My brother never sees, I mean, I shouldn't say never, he doesn't have a lot of family time. He's at the farm all the time, and even times when I'm like, Ed, go home, wow, we got stuff to do. There's always going to be stuff to do. And trying to find that work-life balance is a struggle for a lot of us. I remember as a kid, I thought, how can someone be a workaholic? Well, some days I'm more happy at home, or I mean at work, than I am at home, and that's a personal choice. And that's a struggle for a lot of different people on what they want out of life. And the other thing is training. You think about back to the training we've had going to college, and yield was the winner. If you didn't have yield, you weren't gonna win this game. You were gonna get left behind. I look at what's the return on investment. What are we making back for dollars that we're keeping home, and is that going to help us be happy? I had two things when I was in college I wanted. I wanted a cell phone and a company pickup. Heck, I got all that stuff. I got a good job, financially secure. Does that make me any more happier than when I didn't have any of that? I don't know. There's times I was happier when I was milking the cows on the farm. So I think that's an individual thing and what they're driven. And I look at my customer base. There's some guys, they're just driven. They want to get bigger. They haven't had enough. I mean, back when I was young, $1 million was a lot of money. $1 million isn't a lot of money. I mean, I take checks from guys for $1 million to put a crop in the ground. Our farm at 5,000 acres, it's $1 million. Is that smart business? I don't know, there's times I wonder that. It's turned into big business, and what's that mean long term? I don't know. I've got some heartburn around all the money that's thrown out there from the federal government. We're broke as a society, but we don't seem to worry about that. We're in all this debt. We keep spending money. Are we doing the right things for future generations? I don't know. I had a question for Jimmy about when's consolidation going to come? When's government going to start getting smaller instead of bigger? Probably can't ever happen. We're big enough. I don't know if we can get smaller. And I think some of the operations, if they have a succession plan, that's driving them. I want to make sure that I have something here for future generations. Some people, it's ego. I want to be the biggest farmer that's out there. I think it's all over the board.
Anything else for our panel? You guys want to comment on anything? Or one final thing I'd say to Kelly and Deanna, next time you bring up that presentation and you bring up them pictures of them people, I want Jimmy in the Minokan farm vest and not the vest he was wearing in that picture. So that's the little thing you can do for Daryl, okay? So get a picture of him today in the vest and then plop that in there. All right. With that, again, folks, it's not easy. You know, these people are producers. This is their way of life. This is what they do for a living. This is how they feed themselves and their family. And it's not easy to open themselves up to what they do. And I always admire people. I get the privilege of asking a lot of people to come here to the farm and speak or wherever we're at. And I'm always humbled when they say yes and do this type of thing. So with that, give these folks a round of applause. So we're into the break just a little bit, but we're going to get Barry back up here at 3 o'clock sharp, and he's going to talk for a while, and then we'll have some more question and answer, and probably mainly ice cream. So, and then Jimmy will have his round table, and I've spoken to some of you about that, and so at 3:30 you'll meet down at the conference room.
Can you see that?
South Dakota State University Extension.
Okay, so I just wanted everybody to know, we had some South Dakota. This whole presentation, every presentation today has been held together by South Dakota State. So I don't know if that helps you NDSU guys or not, but this is how we fixed the problem when I was down at the conference down there. So anyway, I just looked at that and I said, oh, that's good for this group. They'll like that. So this is going to be crowd participation requirements, and it's getting late in the day, and some of you might be starting to lose your enthusiasm, you know. So I realize that, and but what I wanted to do, and I like to do at this point a little bit, is we've had a lot of information to digest and a lot of these things, and most of us who come to this conference, and the reason that we put on this conference is we're on a constant quest, kind of a relentless pursuit to get broader adoption of these systems across the country because we know how important it is. And so if we brainstorm a little bit, what's next? How can we truly get this over the tipping point that we were talking about earlier? What's it going to take to get that done? And I guess I would start, some thoughts of mine are, on is a good thing. Okay. Come on, baby. You can do it. I think it starts with great leadership, and we have a lot of leaders in this room at the farm level, at the community level, at the agency level. I know it does my heart good to know that for the first time in a long time we have real conservation believing in real soil health and real regenerative at real leadership levels, and so it does my heart good. I think that leadership, if you look at the hotbeds of conservation across this country, some people say, well, you know, the soil's different there, there's this difference there, but it'll almost every time it'll go back to leadership, and it'll be a farmer, or it'll be an agency person, it'll be an extension, there'll be somebody, there's leadership at the head of that. So it's going to take that if we really want next level adoption. We are going to need an inspired and capable workforce. And it's one thing to be excited. It's another thing to be very capable and well trained. And we have some young employees, and it's everything from on your own farm, inspired and capable workforce, everything to our agency folks, our partnership employees, and those to our retail, our ag retail. How many times have you heard an a retailer that can talk the language of conservation that a lot of us have been wanting to hear for a long time? I mean, that's fantastic. So I think the tools are really coming, and we're going to have excellent tools. Everything from understanding which varieties of cover crops to the technologies. We were talking earlier about, we've got apps on our phone now that I can quantitatively track my aggregate stability improvement. These are being tested, these are being developed. You know, engineering and our tools and our capabilities that way, our technology, that's always just an engineering problem as soon as we want to. As soon as we want to, we will build it. And it'll be built a lot of times in the farm shops where most of our really good additions to our planters and things like that get built. There's no greater place for innovation and invention than on a farm or on a farm shop. But as soon as we want to, we will figure out, now that we know that we want to, we will figure out how to do some of these things. And that's going to be very important for us. You know, we'll have to look also for broader adoption, I think. You know, that whole continuous improvement thing that I said. For continuous improvement, I would just put this out, and we were talking to the research here earlier, and I made a light comment earlier. I said, you know, and I'm on the Midwest Cover Crop Council, who's got a lot of the researchers that are involved directly with cover crop research and what's in the pipeline and all those kinds of things. And I've said this to them before, but I think we have to, at this moment in time, redirect our resources, our research resources away from, should we, you know, half the time we talk about in research, there's this field's got cover crops, this field's not got cover crops. This field is no-till, this field isn't no-till. How many billions of dollars of research have we spent on should we? Should we go down this path? Then it's time to accept the fact that, of course, we should. What we need to redirect is quantifying the synergy of systems, quantifying how to do this successfully rather than should we do it at all. We should be focused on all of the science and technology that we need to make us better at this, more successful at this, so that more people have a higher comfort level of this. We need to remove some of the noise. No farmer that's kind of on the fence needs to hear, well, it doesn't always work. You know, well, we have to focus on how to make it work on-farm research like many of you are doing on your own farms at a location that is in your context so that we can be comfortable adopting these systems and have that reassurance. And so I would say redirect a high percent of dollars from we should to yes we shall, and here's how. And quantify that system synergy that we get from a system where the whole of the system far exceeds the sum of its parts. We know SARE came out with a publication. I was talking to somebody else. They've got protocols to compare and to research systems. The reason there's not research on systems is it's almost impossible to get it through the peer review process and get it published, because it's not well known that there's really good systems protocols that was put together by the SARE organization. So we need to use that, promote that, talk about how to quantify this, and that's the best place for that to happen is on those farms, you know, the on-farm research where that farmer has already figured out how the planter should be set, what variety of crops, you know, and cultivars and cover crops, and how to fit it all in. Now we can start at a much higher level of understanding and go further up in these systems if we can figure those out. Intentional management we have to understand how to help new people trying this for the first time, get them on the intentional management road, because they don't need and they don't have the resources or the time to spin their wheels making the mistakes that we've made in the past. That's why I spent a lot of time on intentional management for greater outcomes earlier today. That's how we're going to have continuous improvement. That's how we're going to have, these are some thoughts on how to get next level adoption and get us over that tipping point. We're not very far from it. We're not as far from it as it seems like. It seems like, you know, you're still on that hill climb up and over the adoption curve. But when you get to a certain level, you blow right across it, and it becomes the way to farm. And we see that in communities right here. It's the way to farm here. There's pockets of places I know of in Indiana. That's the way you farm there. It would be strange to see a tilled up field, you know, or a field, you know, that's not got cover crops seeded on it. And so once you get that on a broad scale across that tipping point, I think that's what it's going to take. Okay, so now's where I want some help from you all and get you all thinking about this. So if there's some folks with microphones and you have some comments, I want you to really really talk about, and it doesn't have to be just from today, but if there's some key messages you've heard lately at conferences or whatever that you think the rest of the room, what are some key messages or key understandings or key intentional managements that you've heard that you think is really, really important that you're gonna take further from here, from this day? Does anything really stick out that you heard, not just today, but at a conference recently? We didn't talk much about biologicals other than the things that you're making on your own farm. There's a lot of biologicals being developed and being marketed and being sold and stuff like that. There's some thoughts that I was having as we were going, if there was something we missed. But anything else that you want to add to kind of maybe what I started with here this evening or this afternoon? Key messages? Yep.
Something that I'm here is identifying the values for my family and the land that I steward, and developing a values-based vision that just guides every decision, every day-to-day.
Anything else? Any? Ron.
You talked about the biologicals, and the conversation come up last night about industry getting involved in biologicals, and right now it's a wild, wild west. You can put anything, I mean, you start looking at regulations, there's no regulations, and they're hard to regulate. And so I think what I picked up out of this today when Kelly was talking about his system there and what he did, and I picked this up with some people at NDSU, and they were talking about native plant species and trying to find species that are actually native to those areas. And I got to thinking about this. I'm like, okay, these companies are all going to come with a bug in the jug type approach, and that's what the producer's going to want because they want simple and easy. And they want to have the warm, fuzzy feeling that they're doing a biological. I experience that with customers. Oh, yeah, I already got a biological. And if I sell something and tell them it's $4 to $5 an acre and it's a biological, I can probably sell it. Does it work or not? Makes them feel good that they're doing something. But I thought it was interesting when he developed that for his own area, his own farm, and I related that back to these native plant species and what they do in their own areas. They naturally thrived because they were from this area. And when we talk about the biological world of industrial biologicals, are we going to be able to do that is my question.
Yeah. Biology or soil health is most valuable where it lives, where it's from. So I don't know who's got the microphone. Who's got a couple comments here, Daryl?
So what Ron just mentioned kind of brought me back to a conversation with Dr. James White on the rhizophagy. So when we start to understand that inside the seed are the indigenous microbes of the area it was growing in. Outside of the seed are the microbes of the area it was growing in. When it becomes a plant, the microbes are inside the plant, they're outside of the plant, they kind of are the plant to some degree. Then we put our minds to work and we say, how can we bring in biology and get it onto the seed? Because the seeds are the greatest transporters of biology in our cropland fields that we probably have at this moment. And so then we started looking at that, and his comment that always stuck with me was, we should be looking at the microbes and the biologicals as we need a community of microbes. And so he doesn't talk to you about using a particular one or two that can be replicated in a petri dish. Well, most can't be. but he talks about a community of microbes. So I think when we start thinking in those terms, and then like where Ron's going and others, I think that vision makes it a little easier for us. And we start to get maybe a broader picture of what it can be.
Yeah, I know Christine Jones talks about a quorum. You can't have a vote in a meeting till you got a quorum, and the same thing happens with your microbes is once you get over that tipping point of that quorum, now everything starts functioning at a much higher level and stuff. So anyway, I wanted to get thinking that way, like if there was some additional things, and we could go on. And the thing on biologicals also is anybody that's trying to sell you biologicals, and there are some good ones out there. I'm satisfied of that. I've looked at enough places where they're being processed and made, and the consistency and things. But if somebody's telling you that you're going to benefit from these biologicals, then they must be also insinuating you don't have them. And if you don't have them, why don't you have them? And it always goes back to, if the habitat is not there, adding the biology is going to be a short-lived benefit. I would want it to be a long-lived benefit if I were spending the kind of money that it may take to get some of these. Just another thought I had. How will we plan within our own farming operations, with our own organizations and those kinds of things? Will we take any of this and share it and develop a plan amongst ourselves and build a network where some of these strategies can be shared and worked on and developed? Does anybody have thoughts, or are they working on a network or a strategy or a plan for this movement forward? Maybe even beyond your own farm. I mean, we heard some really great things, how just through the food network, how it goes out and spreads out. Anything else that maybe we haven't thought about or talked about?
Your own idea that you develop, you spent the time and the money and the years and the effort to develop something. Are you just going to make it public domain for the good of mankind, or do you have a right to maybe benefit, be compensated for it?
Mm-hmm. That's always the question, isn't it? I have such good friends that had worked so many years on building soil health there, and they tour the country, and you know them by the name of Rick Clark and Dan DeSutter and people like that had fantastic soil health in their system, but they felt they had to move toward an organic system just because it was the only way that they could see getting reimbursed for having farmed that way for that long. And a lot of people, for any of the things, the technologies, the things that we're developing, back to our biologicals and things like that, we should be compensated for some of those things, or you should be compensated for some of those things. I think you should be compensated for your grain that goes to an elevator that has been sustainably grown and been regeneratively grown. But right now, there's only one path across the scales, I see in the future where there will be a left lane, a right lane, and an A, B, and C lane, and for every bushel you may be getting paid at a different rate as you go across those scales. That would be a nice outcome for some of these efforts that we've got. We're ways off, I think, for some of it, but maybe not for others. Not if we start focusing on food. If we're growing for food, the consumer will drive this faster than you can imagine.
So I mean, if we get proper compensation, that drives innovation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Back to free market.
Yeah. So I guess then just the actions and outcomes, as you come home. You don't have to share it unless you want to, but are there specific actions that you're planning for this spring that It can be on your own farm, or it can be within your agency, within your organization, within your community. Is there any actions that you will use to help broaden this adoption phase? Anything?
That was one of the biggest things over all these years. We've gone to conferences and learned and done all this all winter long. And then we got to springtime and we just went back to doing the same thing that we always have. We've started a group, and we kind of hold ourselves accountable, and we make that plan. We are going to do this year. We're going to try this, whether it works or not. We are going to try these things, and otherwise it's just it's a notebook full of notes that you never get to, because that was one thing that would just never happen. We never actually put these principles on the ground. A lot of times we wrote about, we learned, we did it, and until somebody held me accountable to actually do those things, a lot of those slipped by until we started doing that. And that's part of a group effort, actually, because we kind of have a local group that we've started that we kind of hold each other accountable for some of these things that we do.
Excellent. Yeah, I know one thing that I always try to do, and I'll probably try to do again this year, is I've always been fortunate within my job. You know, a lot of it was paid for by the USDA, all my travels and stuff. But I would get to come to a lot of conference like this, and I was always the net learner, not the net giver of information. I didn't ever let anybody know that, because but I really was, even like today and this week, I've absorbed more than I've brought to you all. But when I go back to my home community and we've got our farmers, we have some breakfast meetings, and we kind of go through what are the hot topics of the new technologies, conferences, things like that, and we have just a big round table discussion, because everybody's going to all these conferences all the time, and some people maybe can't go to those conferences all the time, but they can benefit from some of the things that I've heard and others have heard and they bring back. So that's always a thing that I try very hard to do. So I'll just wrap it up with this thought. You know, greater outcomes, and comes from greater understanding. And almost everything we've talked about today is a greater understanding of photosynthesis, biodiversity, the water cycle, nutrient cycle, biological habitat, soil function. A common theme is we've had, more life, more function, more soil life, higher soil function. All of the things get better, and any time that in our management strategy we can create a biological hotspot, just do that whenever possible, and make avenues for more life in your soil, and good things will happen and greater outcome, and you will have that aggregate stability that we're talking about, that has so much to do with our soil functions and stuff. So this is just a parting thought, just a little diagram. It's all a big circle. It's all tied together, and we have to understand it, and then it's not complex. Once you start getting an understanding of how all this system works together, it sounds just wow. It's just crazy wild. It's going on, but once you start to get the understanding of how it all fits together, it becomes almost second nature. It's in the back of your mind with every management decision, every process, every piece of equipment you buy, every product you buy, every input. It's always in the back of your mind, and it's working once you get this understanding. And you'll just be amazed at really how just logical and easy it becomes, this management strategy called regenerative ag or soil health. So it's not this big chemistry, just this wild, crazy thing out there that seems very abstract once you have a really good understanding of how the system fits together. So thanks again for letting me come hang out with you for a few days here, and you put me with an awful rough bunch here, but I've made it through so far. The German here is always rough on me, I don't know what it is. So thanks a bunch, and I think we're, Daryl, moving to a round table or?
No, they're down the hall doing their thing.
Okay, they're doing their thing now, okay.
We can bring up our panelists or however you'd like
Yeah,
to do it.
anybody that has additional, yeah.
Additional question and answer. And of course, we have the ice cream social, which we can break that out at any time, so. So is there any questions for Barry, Ron, Kelly and Deanna, and Ryan? Yes.
One of the things I keep hearing from people in ag, you know, it doesn't pay to have cattle. We get $10 because we have cattle per acre. If we break that land, take it out of production, out of grass, and put it in soybeans, we'll get $300 from the government. You know, the reimbursement for crops versus cattle. And I think that's one of the sacred cows we haven't touched yet today. So would you talk about that? What do you think?
I think my hip just got really sore, is what it did. Well, again, and we do have discussions, and Barry can probably add on to this, and Jimmy's down the hall, but again, we all know that the playing field isn't always level when it comes to that. But I think we all know that. It's something we need to understand. Is it right? I don't know. I've spent some time in my career doing some lobbying and some ag policy, and I continue to do that. Not on the SCD's time, of course, but I think what I hear generally is they're acutely aware of the discrepancies that occur, but we don't see much changes. And so you are correct in that assumption, but I think Barry kind of hit the nail on the head earlier when he said, you know, someday there'll be an A and a B and a C, and I think the consumer will help drive that. And I think, again, with this tipping point that Barry brings up today, again, I think we're closer to it than you think, and I think that could be our way forward. But Barry, maybe you want to elaborate on it?
Well, cattle prices are helping us a little bit right now. Yeah, just so.
I'm a pastor, and my ranchers say, who's ever heard of a poor farmer? They all have to write tax write-offs, buy new vehicles at the end of the year. So that's how he looked at the farmers. You know, get more equipment, get this and this. And so I think there is kind of a split. And one of the pastors friends of mine said the healthiest communities he stayed in as a pastor were the ranch communities because they had more stable economies. It wasn't so yin-yang, like get rich one minute and then lose it the next minute. So maybe it's a combination of both. So the question is, how can we reward people that are doing a combination of both? And I think that's where we need to transition.
Yeah. Why don't we bring the panel up, and then you can elaborate and tackle it. Kelly and Deanna. Ron? I believe Ryan went down the hall.
I can speak a little bit on why the livestock left the land. Most of the livestock left the land just due to low returns to labor and management. The livestock producers weren't compensated enough for what they were doing, to be honest with you. And the beef was overproduced, prices were driven lower, they had to find alternative land uses for their land. Now we're looking at increasing cattle, putting cattle on cropland, increasing beef supplies, which is only going to lower the price. We've already heard our president say we're going to start importing beef from another country to get the price of beef lower. So we can increase cattle on these acres, but that doesn't change the fact that we still have all the CAFO infrastructure in place in this country, right? I mean, cattle are a tool that ranchers use to manage grasslands. That's the best tool to manage grasslands. So if we increase that cattle supply, drive those beef prices lower, those ranchers aren't going to be able to use those tools as efficiently to manage those grasslands, and they're going to have to look for alternative land uses. And that's kind of what I've seen happen around our area, and that's why they got pushed out. They weren't being rewarded enough for their labor that they were putting into those cattle, and they had to find alternative land uses. So until we reduce some of those feedlots and reduce that infrastructure, we can start planting more grasslands and growing more cattle on grass, and fairly compensate those ranchers for what their efforts are. And it's going to come from increased costs in beef, because beef, I believe, is extremely undervalued. And they're fortunate now we have beef prices higher, and they can be rewarded, but doggone it, they deserve it.
I think the big problem is we've all fallen for the lie that efficiency is what we need. And efficiency is great if you're the last farmer standing in your township. You're going to say efficiency is awesome, which unfortunately that's what most of our farmers around here are. You don't hear from the other 5 guys that farmed back in the 60s and 70s that are gone. They just got efficiency out of the system. Well, in order for a small area to work, you need people. It takes 300 miles to get enough kids together to play a basketball game in rural America now. So, and we're going to produce beef and products that we can sell to our local people. Well, that's just one guy with 300 cows. He can do that. He can provide all the beef he can for the town. Part of what we have to do is we have to actually become less efficient. You guys are.
I just heard you say we're less efficient.
You are.
Yeah.
You're less efficient, but you have people, and your treasure is not in money. Your treasure is in the people that you're growing around you, and that's what my hope for regenerative agriculture is that we don't keep chasing after the efficiency part of it. And we grow our economies to support ourselves and not have to ship everything off to every part of the world, so we can be less efficient. That was the dream back in the 70s.
Right. And we've flipped that food pyramid upside down now, so like on our grains, it's showing that we should be consuming smaller quantities, higher quality. Right? So we could actually produce a lot less and have a more nutrient-dense product. It's just that we've prided ourselves in the United States for having an abundant supply of low-cost food. You know, and now we're seeing the results of that.
The get bigger, get out.
Right.
That came through.
Right, to keep costs low.
Which was great at the time.
Right.
It's not great now.
I mean, I would gladly pay more money for a nice grass-finished beef animal. You know, and I do. That's something we do.
But you need 10 more neighbors.
Yeah.
That will be able to do that.
Yeah.
Then you can butcher it at home.
Even like the spot we're in now, we have one gal milking some cows for raw milk.
Yep.
You know, we need a couple more of that, because if she goes away, our supply's gone. You know, we need a few more people doing that. You know, and I gladly pay more for it, and a lot of other people will pay more for that, you know, just to have something good, local, and fresh. You know, and then the price of beef, buying direct to some of those producers, I mean, it's worth more, and I believe they're getting rewarded for that properly. And that's long deserved.
So on one of those things, like they say, it's you want to pay for it at the grocery store, or you want to pay for it at the hospital, with your food health or your soul.
Right.
But what are you guys doing, or what can we do? Because Barry talked about the broader adoption, and then you talked a little bit, you did mention one time at the end about the consumer. If we want to get this broad across and raise food as to raise commodities, we have to get the consumer to buy into this. What are you guys doing, or what can we do as farmers, as a group, as a whole, to help educate that? You know, because we can't rely on somebody else to educate the consumer for something that we're raising. You know, why should we have? I don't think any other that we don't promote something for somebody else, we gotta promote it for ourselves. So how do we, as a broad perspective, how do I go about, or how do you guys go about, how do we get that out to the consumer? That all these soil health principles are gonna give us better soil health, which in turn gives us healthier food, which in turn gives us healthier humans.
Cleaner water, cleaner air.
Deanna, why don't you speak about affiliates, social media influencers, and that sort of thing, and how that works?
Yeah. So when we started the tiny food company, that was, it's been a bit like drinking from a fire hose, right? We've made a lot of mistakes. We didn't know anything about packaging, distribution, creating a market, right? Those aren't things that we were used to from the conventional farming, growing a commodity market, like you said. So we've had to kind of learn on the go. Social media has been a huge attribute for that. We've been able to spread the word through a little at a time. Social media influencers, if we can get our product into their hands and they have 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 1 million followers, it helps spread the message. That's why you have to be the best. Right? There's little room for error. And I will tell you why more people aren't doing it. Right? More people aren't doing it because there's no buffer between us and the consumer. We grow the grain, he cleans the grain, we store the grain, we package the grain, right? And then we distribute it. So if there's an issue in any one of those areas, guess who's on the hook? There's no middleman in between, which is risky. And we can't afford to deliver product that's not at the top of the mark, right? And so that's what we are priding ourselves on doing. And these tests that we've been doing with Utah State, those help us create a benchmark where we can take our nutrient profiling, and another farmer submits their grain, their red wheat, their white wheat, and submits it through the same rigorous testing, and in Montana, and a guy and a farmer in Kansas, and then we compare. It gets competitive. And farmers are really great at wanting to be the best, right? If we are put to the task, whether it's yield or the cleanest fields, but what if we were put to the task of growing the best food? Not the most. We don't need to talk about growing more when we have a 40 to 50% food waste problem in this country. We don't need to be talking about growing more. We just need to have better. So it becomes a challenge, and I think farmers are up for it. I think they are. I think it's a hard road, but there are lots of ways, whether you're growing beef or pork or chicken or eggs or grains, I think there are ways around it. There's no roadmap, right? If there was, it maybe wouldn't have been such a struggle for us. I think it's worth it. It matters to us as a family to build a community around food. And right now, that community is not as local as we would prefer. We want everyone to be eating more locally. But right now, we'll send it to wherever it's ordered.
And obviously, they have to be compensated for their time. So for us, it's compensated through a portion of the sales of product. But I think we need to figure out a way to get those influencers just educating on soil health in general, not just directly through like a product of ours, you know, but they need to be compensated for their time as well. But there's a lot of social media influencers out there, you know, that could spread the word faster than we can do on the farm when we're performing the work. But to figure out a way to compensate them for their efforts.
And he did mention the affiliate program. So we have an affiliate program set up so that the people that we work with, they receive 10 or 15 or 20% of the sale. And that incentivizes them to talk about what we're doing, and it makes it easier for us to get the word out without paying a distributor, right? Because if we're selling wholesale to a distribution system, we have to take 50% right off the top. And if we can pay an online influencer a fraction of that, then it works better for us that way. There are also a lot of online influencers that are not spreading facts, that are spreading untruths about what's happening in agriculture. And if we don't start using the tools we have better, they'll start taking them away. I think that's why Kelly mentioned glyphosate, and having labs, like the bioferments having a positive impact on the removal of those out of the system. So just for, if we are using it, we want to make sure that it doesn't end up in the food, doesn't end up in the water, and doesn't end up in the air, right? Those things matter to us. We want clean food, clean air, and clean water, and so do the consumers, and they should. But we have a responsibility as farmers to use our tools better, and that comes with biology. Better biology heals the system, keeps our soils clean, keeps the water clean, keeps the air clean.
You know, and I think that herbicide issue, you know, it looks like a really big problem, right? To some, they make it into a big problem, but some of our biggest problems are often very small problems. They're simply looked at too closely, right? They're looked at under a microscope, through a micro perspective. If you actually stand back and look at this whole system from a macro perspective view, you can see how we can actually handle that and where that should take place. And that problem should take place in our soil. You know, the problem is the soil's not functioning. Fix soil function, that problem goes away. Really simple, small problem. We just have to step back and look at it through a macro perspective.
I think some of it goes back to just, for generations, we've been taught bigger is better. And you've seen this consolidation happen across the acres and the farms, and people were moving off the land, and you hear about how these metropolitan areas keep growing and getting bigger, and they got water issues, and how do you get people back on the land? What's that look like? Having rural resources, communication resources was mentioned earlier, high-speed internet and those type of things has helped. I think COVID changed things too. It gave us a different viewpoint on how we want to be consumers and what's that look like, and people started to look at finding natural ingredients or different ingredients they could cook themselves or make themselves, or, you know, when the grocery stores went empty, there was a big concern, what are we going to do? And as a country, we've never truly ever experienced no food. I asked my grandpa, who at that time was 93 years old and grew up in the Depression, and he's like, we always had something to eat. We never had nothing to eat. And this abundance that we have is probably part of our issue of understanding how do we be better about using what resources we have. Deanna mentioned the waste thing. We had the e-tour on our farm, and they had a gal from the EPA in Denver, and she said 30 to 35% of the food we produce is wasted. And I thought, man, I can't believe it's that high. Yeah, so it's interesting when you said, would you say 40? Yeah, 40, 50? And that doesn't surprise me, because I go to our refrigerator, and if there's a date on it that says use by date, oh, we can't drink this milk, it's already been past the use by date. And I'm like, it's plumb fine. But the consumer has kind of gotten that in their head that it's not fresh, I can't use it. So I think that's some of what we fight a little bit. I look at my wife, and I mean, she's involved in agriculture and grew up in it, and I mean, I'm not speaking ill of her, but she's growing up with that. If it's not used by the date on the jug, it's not good. And I think that's the consumer in general has that idea. And then you look at the big food companies, you think about that amount of waste, and it's about dollars and keeping it turned. And there's also a lot of risk for them too, within reason. And as you get to be a bigger company, I think about Monsanto and the glyphosate thing. Look at what's going on with the litigation right there in the class action lawsuits. I'm not here to defend one way or another, but it's turned into big business for a lot of different people going after them. I think we could do a better job. I think we overuse glyphosate. We use it way too much. And it's got issues, and we don't understand them, what we can do better, but some of it is we don't want to change. I mentioned that earlier. People don't want to change, and they're not forced to have to change.
I've really enjoyed the whole discussion. Once again, I even learned more after this. You know,
you know, but the overproduction side of things is a big problem. I mean, now we're looking at weight loss drugs, you know, because of the overconsumption of food, the food waste, people eating too much. Now we'll fix that with the drug. You know, our water supply, our phosphorus load, our nitrogen load in waters, that's all tied to overproduction. That's us farmers trying to keep up with that increased demand, pushing our land beyond its carrying capacity to try to supply the consumer with excess cheap food that they can waste and overconsume. You know, so a lot of those, you know, what seem like wicked problems will disappear if we stop overproducing. You know, but the overproduction of food is what's kept the price of food so low in the United States. And that's been the primary goal, is low cost, cheap food. And that's how they've done it. You know, but us pushing our environment beyond its carrying capacity to supply that is what's contributing to a lot of these problems. You know, a lot of our water problems, all of that will go away if we no longer have to push our environment beyond its carrying capacity. You know, and we can fix that with better food instead of a weight loss drug.
The price of when you have something cheap and abundant, people take it for granted. And I think about fertilizer. I went back and found some receipts from 20 years ago. We were $220 for 1152 and $219 for anhydrous ammonia. Today, if I was to sell you anhydrous ammonia, it's probably $845 a ton, and 1152 is like 835. So in 20 years, it's went to that level. And so when it was cheap, we didn't want to ever not have enough. Yield was what was going to do. We were going to be sustainable in this business by having yield. You needed to have yield to do that. And you heard me talk about, I was proud of my 69 bushel wheat in yield. And what I'm more proud of is we didn't put the resources in to get that 69 bushel wheat. But at the long term, is that smart for me to keep growing it? We're down to 530 wheat on the commercial market, and we keep thinking we got to raise more bushels in order to stay viable in this thing. Maybe we need to look at what can we do to take some ground out of production. But back to the fertilizer thing, and a lot of farmers will tell me, do they realize what the price of grain is? This is ridiculous. This is my personal opinion, and as a conservationist, I think it's good that we have high dollar fertilizer. Because if we didn't, it would be even more put out in the environment, because we ain't going to want to give up that opportunity of not having that extra 200 bushel corn or that extra 10 bushel on the wheat. I can't afford to risk it. And I think that having some high dollar prices make us better managers of our dollar and try and get better use of it. So I've told guys, fertilizer ain't going down. Just figure out how to use it better. If you're going to use it, figure out how to use it better. And the concept of not using it at all is an option. That is an option, but when you say that to some guys, oh, I don't want to do that. I'm going to go broke doing that. And I think industry, and when I talk industry, I'm talking institutions and everything. For generations, we've trained, use these inputs. It brings you more yield. It gives you more opportunity. Pastor Roger mentioned earlier about the quality of life. And when he was at NDSU, You made a comment about the economics instructor had said, if you do these practices, you will have a better quality of life. Do we really have a better quality of life doing all these things? And water quality is going to get to be a big issue. There's a book out there, The Death and the Life of the Great Lakes, and it's an interesting book. And I like to do audiobooks. And they talk about the phosphorus load and the nutrient loads. And I see it in certain, like this last year across North Dakota, there was a lot of algae in the water. And I'm like, where's this coming from? What's this causing this? I pulled a water sample off our farm, and I think I'm doing things correct and doing things right. I told Jay and Daryl about it, and I'm like, oh, I was kind of embarrassed. I'm way above the thresholds on phosphates in there, and I thought we were doing things right. It's one sample off of one situation, but it's got my eyes opened up of like, are we doing things right? Maybe we need to more people need to look at what Kelly and Deanna are looking. They move to that, go away from it, produce less. If you can be financially viable and provide for your family, I think it's a good thing to do. But now, will I do that on my farm? I don't know. I'm not ready to change yet.
Like in our place for livestock production, we don't worry about what we get per calf. I mean, we're focused more on the profit per acre, not the profit per calf and stuff. So that's why we try to get more low inputs and stuff like that. But I mean, that's not really being taught at any of our land-grant universities and stuff. I think that's the way we need to go. And I guess a little bit back to what you were saying. For the last 5 years, I think, at least in our area, there's been kind of a shift. I mean, there's been a lot more producers seeding stuff back. I've done more native grass seeding mixes and designs this year in the last 5 years than I did my prior 30 years. So there's some of our producers, they just see all the inputs and all the high costs and stuff. It's just, this ain't going anywhere. And so, I mean, one guy, we did 1,000 acres of seeding, of native seeding on his place, and he was the last person I ever would have thought. I went to school with him. I knew him from high school. He was a farmer all the way. I never thought he would ever see the stuff back, but he just, yeah, this is the way I need to go. So I think maybe, like you said, there might be, we're going up the hill. We might be getting to the tipping point, but.
Ryan brings up a good point. You know, when we had CRP and it was coming out of production, there was a concern about how are we going to bring this back in, and it's not going to produce for a couple of years. We're going to have to do tillage and all this. And what we found out by using reduced till, no tillage practices, that come back into production really good and actually was really, really productive. Mm-hmm. And I see this on some of the acres we're farming. My brother and I, what we have, majority of it, my dad and uncle's, it's been farmed straight through. Now my other brother has some that was in CRP for 25 years, or grass, long-term, it was CRP 20 years, 2 10-year contracts, and then they left it in hay. It was amazing the amount of productivity that was on that. Now it's starting to go the other way. And this is my personal opinion. We need more interaction amongst the agencies. RMA and how do we, you hear from farmers, we need a better risk management program. We need to have RMA involved in things. Where do we look at something that has a long-term perennial in the rotation, and there's a benefit of having that long-term perennial? If you're not in a livestock system, the cash farmer is going to look at, there's no benefit to me putting something back in a perennial. It's the livestock. So the price of beef coming back is a good thing. Maybe that does put more guys to say, you know what, I'm going to get back involved in some livestock. I'm going to reintegrate them things. Maybe the next generation that's here is not going to be anti-livestock like I am, but if they're not exposed to it, they might not see any different either.
One more question, folks. I guess we got ice cream rolled up. Need to have it melt. One more.
Where did you get your yellow alfalfa seed? And if I plant it, will you come out and guarantee me no gophers?
went through the local elevator, and they shopped around to whatever company would have it. There was like 2 different varieties, like the original variety of Dawn, which was a little easier to get, and I was trying to get this new variety that was an SDSU developed variety that is more productive, and it's called Shortly now, or not now, but it's Shortly. The only company I know that has it is a Melbourne Seed, and yeah, I'm not going to guarantee that, I guess, but.
Well, folks, we can stick around and have some discussion and some more fellowship. The ice cream is out there. And again, I appreciate you all coming out with us today and spending the day. It's been a great event, and we look forward to seeing you again. And stick around with us. And remember, you can view this at www.minokenfarm.com down the road. And, of course, check for any upcoming events we may have. So let's thank our group and our panel again and our presenters, and we certainly